Ledger entry, 1916 debit, 1 childhood. Cost, 0. Value, negative. Credit, hunger. Compound interest, daily. Balance, a deficit that cannot be reconciled. The red clay of Lipscomb, Alabama, did not yield, it held. It clung to the soles of bare feet with the tenacity of a debt collector, staining skin the color of dried blood and old brick. Oni Virginia Hill, 6 years old, knees knobby as drought-cracked earth, crouched in the shadow of the henhouse, her fingers wrapped around a warm, smooth oblong she had liberated from beneath a squawking Rhode Island red. An egg. Protein. Currency. The back door of the shotgun shack slammed. The screen door slapped the frame, a sharp crack that made the hen flutter and Oni freeze, the egg pressing cold against her palm. Oni. Girl, where you at? Her mother's voice. Thin. Frayed at the edges like the flour sacks she stitched into dresses. Lye soap and exhaustion lived in that voice. Oni didn't move. She calculated the distance to the woodpile, the angle of the sun, the probability of a switching versus the necessity of the calorie. The egg was worth 3 minutes of silence. Maybe 4. Heavy footsteps on the porch. The smell of snuff and wood smoke preceded the shadow falling over her. Give it here, Oni looked up. Her mother, Oni Me, stood silhouetted against the brutal white glare of the Alabama noon. Her apron was stained at the waist, her hands rough and red from the washboard. She held out a calloused palm, not asking. Oni didn't hand it over. She placed it. Center of the palm. A transaction. Good girl, her mother muttered, already turning, the egg disappearing into the apron pocket. Pa needs his strength for the mill. You just need to stay out the way, stay out the way. The first ledger entry Oni ever memorized. Assets, male labor. Liabilities, female mouths. She watched her mother retreat, the screen door banging shut again. Oni wiped the clay from her fingers onto her shift, leaving rust streaks. She didn't cry. Crying was a liquid asset, evaporated too fast, left nothing but salt stains. She preferred the solid weight of the clay. It was honest. It stuck. She stood, brushing red dust from her knees, and looked toward the train tracks cutting through the pines a half-mile north. The L and N Limited screamed through twice a day, a steel serpent swallowing the distance between here and anywhere else. Oni didn't know the names of the cities on the timetable, Birmingham, Atlanta, Chicago, but she knew the sound of the whistle. It sounded like subtraction. Like leaving the 0 behind. 13 years. 12 months. 4,745 days. She counted them in her head, the way she counted the eggs, the way she counted the stitches in a quilt. The math was the only thing that belonged to her. Ledger entry, May 27, 1933 location, A Century of Progress Exposition, Chicago, Electrical Building. Asset acquired, 1 wallet tan leather monogrammed JC. Contents, $340 cash, Pennsylvania Railroad ticket, membership card, Chicago Club. Liability assumed, 1 tail, plainclothes, cheap suit, sweat stain left armpit. Strategy, immediate liquidation of liability. Conversion of asset to equity. The air at the Chicago World's Fair didn't smell like clay. It smelled like ozone, popcorn grease, and the distinct metallic tang of high-voltage ambition. The electrical building hummed with a sound Oni, now Virginia, always Virginia, felt in her molars. It was the sound of the future being manufactured, bolt by copper bolt. She wore a dress of dove-gray silk, cut on the bias to skim hips that had known hunger and now knew the geometry of a man's gaze. A cloche hat, shadowed, eyes the color of a Chinese letter sky. She looked like a debutante slumming it, or a secretary on a holiday. She looked like prey. She moved through the crowd, surrounding the Westinghouse exhibit, the miracle of the electron, with the fluid grace of a shark in a minnow pond. Her target stood by the thermionic tube display, a mountain of a man in a double-breasted pinstripe suit that strained at the buttons. John Jack Callahan, lieutenant to the South Side outfit. A man who carried his bankroll in a wallet because he didn't trust banks and didn't trust his boss, Tony Accardo, to not skim the vig. His partner, a weasel-faced man named Slats Mangan, stood 5 feet away, arguing with a barker at the Midget City concession. Virginia didn't look at the wallet. She looked at the reflection in the polished chrome of the display case. Angle of incidence equals angle of reflection. She timed the surge of the crowd, a school group from Gary, loud, pushing, and stepped into the vacuum behind Callahan. Her fingers, long, cool, surgical, found the jacket pocket. No fumble. No hesitation. The wallet slid into her sleeve like a letter into a mailbox. She didn't speed up. She didn't slow down. She simply became part of the drift, a molecule in the Brownian motion of the fair. Hey. You. Damon the Gray, Slats Mangan. He had seen the displacement of air, the impossible geometry of the lift. Virginia didn't run. Running implies guilt. Running implies you are the hunted. She stopped. She turned. She adjusted her cloche with the hand holding the wallet, the motion casual, feminine. You dropped this, mister. Callahan, she said. Her voice was a contralto, smoked honey and expensive cigarettes. She held the wallet out between 2 fingers. Callahan spun, his face purple, a ham hock of a fist rising. You, intact, she interrupted, cutting through his rage like a scalpel. Cash, ticket, club card. Though I notice the ticket is for the 20th century, limited, departing La Salle Street at midnight. New York. Business or pleasure? Callahan froze, the fist suspended in the humid air. He looked at the wallet. He looked at her. He looked at Slats, who was panting, hands on knees 20 feet back. How'd you? Callahan started. Your partner, Virginia said, nodding toward Slats. He lifted the railroad ticket from your inside breast pocket while you were hypnotized by the dancing electrons. He's good. But he's nervous. Sweating through the lining. Means he's short on his kick-up this week. She took a step closer, invading the big man's space, smelling the pomade and the cheap bourbon on his breath. And you, mister. Callahan. You carry 340 in walking around money. That's 2 weeks vig for a numbers runner. For a lieutenant. It's an insult. Or a message. Which is it? The crowd noise swelled, a band striking up stormy weather at the bandstand, but the space around them went vacuum quiet. Callahan lowered his fist. Slowly. His eyes, small and piggish in the broad face, shifted from fury to a cold, professional appraisal. He took the wallet from her fingers. His thumb rifled the bills. $340. Exact. He didn't get the ticket, Callahan said, voice a low rumble. It's still in my vest, Virginia smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. Check the vest, Jack. Slats has fingers like spider monkeys. He palmed it when he bumped you at the Sky Ride ticket booth. 10 minutes ago, Callahan didn't believe her. She saw the disbelief, the masculine certainty of his own perception. He dipped a hand into his vest pocket. Came up empty. His head snapped toward Slats. You son of a... Don't shoot him here, Virginia said, her voice bored, checking a non-existent watch. The outfit frowns on discharging firearms inside the temple of electricity. Bad for the brand. Besides, she leaned in, dropping her voice to a whisper that smelled of gardenias and gun oil. If you kill him, you have to explain to Tony Accardo why you lost the New York ticket and the ledger copy Slats was carrying in his sock. the one detailing the skim on the Garfield Park juice loans. Callahan went perfectly still. The most dangerous posture a man like him could assume. "Who the hell are you, sister?" "Virginia Hill," she said. "I'm the auditor you didn't know you needed. And right now, I'm the only witness who can testify Slats took the ticket, not me. Provided, of course, you let me walk out of here. And provided you tell Mr. Accardo that the books on the Garfield run balance to the penny. Because they do. I checked them last Tuesday from the wastebasket in Jake Gusick's office." She turned on her heel before the silence could stretch into a threat. She walked toward the Hall of Science, her spine straight, her heels clicking a staccato rhythm on the concrete. Click. 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 The sound of a clock ticking down. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. She felt the eyes on her back, Callahan's, Slats's, and a third pair, heavier, colder, parked on a bench beneath the Science Advances banner, hidden behind a Chicago Tribune. Jake Gusick. The greasy thumb. The money brain. Virginia allowed herself a microscopic exhalation. The clay was gone. The red dust was washed away by Lake Michigan wind and the scent of ozone. She had just sold a man his own life for the price of a wallet she returned. The margin was infinite. Ledger entry, May 27, 1933, 1422 HRS. Transaction, return of asset wallet plus intelligence Slats skim plus leverage ticket recovery. Cost, 0 capital expended. Revenue, 1 invitation to the University of the outfit. Non-negotiable. Note, the house does not gamble. The house owns the table. The office above the Outback Lounge on 22nd Street smelled of cigar smoke, boiled cabbage, and the distinct, dry paper scent of millions of dollars changing hands without a sound. It was a room designed for invisibility. Wood paneling dark as dried blood, heavy drapes blocking the Chicago sun, a desk the size of a coffin made of solid oak. Jake, greasy thumb Gusick sat behind it. He was a small man, soft as dough, wearing a cardigan that had seen better decades. He didn't carry a gun. He didn't need to. He carried the numbers. In this world, the numbers were the only ammunition that never jammed. He held a ledger open, Virginia's ledger, the one she had reconstructed from the shredded scraps in his wastebasket over 3 sleepless nights. Her handwriting, precise as a typeset, corrected his column sums in red ink. $3,412, Gusick muttered, his voice a whisper that carried the weight of a gavel. The skim on the Garfield run. I've had accountants from Wharton. CPAs. Lawyers. None of them found the leak. You found it in 3 nights. Reading trash. Virginia stood before the desk, hands clasped behind her back, posture military. She wore a tailored navy suit now, the silk blouse a whisper at her throat. She looked 22. She felt 200. Trash is just data waiting to be sorted, Mr. Gusick, she said. The Garfield run isn't leaking. It's hemorrhaging. Slats Mangan takes 15% off the top before it hits the bag man. Callahan knows. He's been padding his own pocket to cover the shortfall, hoping the big number balances out. It doesn't. The variance is 4.7%. Compounded monthly, that's $41,000 a year vanishing into Slats's sock drawer. Gusick looked up. His eyes were watery, pale, missed by the world. And the ticket to New York. Callahan is meeting Frank Nitti at the Cent. Regis tomorrow. He's carrying the real books, the ones showing the actual take, to prove he's loyal. Slats plans to intercept him at the station, take the books, and run to the feds. He's got a sister in witness protection in Detroit. He's been writing her letters. Gusick closed the ledger. The sound was final. Thud. You read Slats's mail. I read everyone's mail, Mr. Guzik. It's the only way to audit the receivables. A silence stretched, thick as the cigar smoke. Guzik reached into a drawer, pulled out a thick envelope, and slid it across the desk. It landed with a heavy, satisfying thwump. $500, Guzik said. For the week. You start Monday. You'll sit at the desk outside my door. You'll rewrite the race wire codes. You'll launder the slot machine, take through the laundry routes. You'll learn the only language that matters. Virginia didn't touch the envelope. And the language is debits and credits, Guzik said. The books must balance, Virginia. Always. Men lie. Women lie. Guns lie. The ledger. The ledger is God. If you can make the numbers dance, you live forever. If you can't, he shrugged, a gesture of infinite dismissal. You go back to the red clay. Virginia picked up the envelope. She didn't count it. She didn't need to. She weighed it in her hand, feeling the crisp edges of the bills, the potential energy of the paper. Monday, she said. I'll bring my own pencils. Red ink is extra. She turned to leave, the heavy door swallowing her silhouette. Virginia, she paused, hand on the knob. Tony Accardo wants to see you. Tuesday. Noon. The Blackstone Hotel. Opera box. Tosca, Guzik's voice was flat. Wear something that doesn't scream numbers girl. Wear something that says I own the bank. Virginia's lips curled. The first genuine expression she'd worn in 16 years. I don't own the bank yet, Mr. Guzik. But I know where the vault is. She opened the door, stepping out into the haze of the lounge, where the outback, shadows, whispers, the clink of ice in glass. The red clay of Lipscomb was a universe away. But the math was exactly the same. Survival is not a right. It is a calculation. And I have just balanced the budget. Ledger entry, May 30, 1933, 08, 00 HRS. Employment contract executed. Entity, Chicago outfit. Role, architect, Invisible Capital Division. Salary, $500 week plus percentage of skim negotiable. Clause 14, loyalty is a liquid asset. Redeemable at par, only BY the holder. Signature, V. Hill. Witness, J. Guzik. Status, active. The game begins. Chapter 2, The University of Greasy Thumb Ledger Entry. Chicago outfit, Operations Ledger 447 Race Wire Debit. Salaries, Clerical, V. Hill, $35 week cash, no tax stamp. Credit, Skim, Hawthorne Racecourse Wire Service, 12% gross handle off book. Notation, Asset ONIE, demonstrates 99.8% recall on 400-plus daily entries. Zero variance. Recommend advanced placement, laundry division, joint appliance / numbers. The smoke in Jake Guzik's office didn't hang, it pressurized. It was a physical weight, yellow-brown and grease-thick, pressing against the wainscoting, staining the spines of the leather-bound ledgers that lined the walls like rows of brown teeth. The air tasted of burnt cigar tobacco, cheap rye, and the sharp, metallic ozone of money counting machines humming in the back room. Virginia, Oni, still, to the payroll, sat on a straight-backed chair that cost more than her mother's life insurance policy. Her spine was a steel rod. Her hands, folded atop a stenographer's notebook, were pale, knuckles faintly white. She wore a navy wool suit bought off the rack at Goldblatt's, altered at the waist by a seamstress on Maxwell Street who knew better than to ask questions. A string of imitation pearls lay flat against her collarbone. Camouflage. The uniform of a secretary who takes dictation, not one who audits the dictator. Read it back, Guzik said. He didn't look up. He never looked up when the numbers were fresh. He was a small man, swallowed by a chair that resembled a throne, his fingers, thick, calloused, the nails trimmed with surgical precision, dancing across an adding machine. Clack, clack, clacking. Clack, clack, clacking. The rhythm was a heartbeat. The machine didn't lie. Guzik didn't trust people. He trusted the tape. Hawthorne, June 14th, Virginia said. Her voice was low, stripped of the Alabama lilt she'd scrubbed away in elocution, lessons paid for with her first month's bonus. Total handle, $482,600. Track take, $72,390. Payout, $398,410. Wire service gross, $14,480. Our gross, $1,737.60. Net to Chicago after Capone tax, $1,476.96. She didn't blink. The teller at window 3 shorted the $2 exactas by 14 cents. The mutual clerk at Arlington padded the breakage jar by $3 even. The courier from the South Side substation took a 40-minute lunch. The wire was dark for 7 minutes. Cost us $42 in delayed posts. You want me to deduct the courier's pay or the wire rental? Guzik's fingers stalled on the keys. The silence stretched, heavy as a body in the trunk of a Buick. Finally, he tore the tape from the machine. He didn't read it. He folded it once, twice, slid it into the breast pocket of his vest. The courier. Dock him. The wire rental is a fixed cost. Write it off to maintenance. Maintenance it is, Virginia said. She made the notation in her notebook. Maintenance. Code 7. The pocket where the lost money goes to die. Good girl, Guzik muttered. He lit a fresh cigar, a perfect, expensive cylinder that smelled of Havana and corruption. You got a head like a adding machine, Oni. No heart. No nerves. Just columns. I have a headache, mister. Guzik, she said. The smoke. Take a walk, he waved a hand, dismissing her. 20 minutes. Don't go near the Outback lunch counter. The pastrami gives you gas, and I hear it on the adding machine tape. Virginia stood. She didn't smile. She didn't thank him. She pivoted on a heel worn thin and walked out the heavy oak door, closing it with a click that sealed the pressure chamber. Outside, the bullpen was a hive of controlled violence. Bookies shouting into Bakelite receivers, runners stuffing cash into canvas sacks, the thwack-thwack of rubber stamps on betting slips. The nerve center of the Chicago outfit's nervous system. Here, time wasn't money. Time was the only currency that couldn't be counterfeited. She walked past the cages, past the armed guards whose eyes tracked her hips with the bored intensity of lizards. She didn't head for the air. She headed for the basement. The laundry room, literally a laundry room, industrial washers churning sheets for the Hotel Sherman, was the real university. Behind the steam and the smell of lye soap and starch, behind a false wall panel that gave way to a heavy thumb latch, lay the real office. No adding machines here. Just tables. And maps. And ledgers that didn't balance because they weren't meant to. This was where the Chicago way was taught. Not the gun. The gun was blunt. The gun was for amateurs and psychopaths like the boys in Brooklyn. The Chicago way was the float. The lag between the bet placed and the payout made. The shell corporations nested inside shell corporations. The union pension funds buying mortgages on buildings that burned down twice a year. Invisible money. Immortal money. She slipped behind the panel. The air cooled instantly. Dry. Smelled of paper and ink. Oni, she didn't jump. She turned. Tony Accardo stood by a map of the United States pinned to corkboard. Pushpins glittered like diseases. Red for New York, blue for Chicago, yellow for the West Coast. He wore a charcoal suit that cost $300, a tie knotted with a dimple so perfect it looked painted. He looked like a bank president. He looked like an undertaker. He looked like the devil in a tailor's window. Mr. Accardo, Tony, he didn't turn from the map. A red pin hovered over Las Vegas, Nevada. You're learning the arithmetic. Bugsy says you're fast. He says you're quiet. He says you don't drink. I drink, she said. Just not while the columns are open. Smart, he turned. His eyes were the color of a frozen lake. We got a visitor coming in from New York. Benjamin Siegel. You know the name, the Flamingo. No, that's later. Bugsy Siegel. Murder, Inc. The muscle. The visionary, Accardo corrected, a faint, terrifying smile touching his lips. He sees things we don't. He sees a city rising out of sand. He also sees the ledger as a suggestion. He's here to touch base on the race wire expansion. The Transamerica wire. He thinks he can run it better from Beverly Hills. He's wrong, Virginia said instantly. The latency on the telegraph, lines west of the Rockies, adds a 4-minute delay. 4 minutes on a closing line is a 15% variance. You run the wire from Chicago, you own the truth. You run it from LA, you're guessing. Accardo stared at her. The silence was a test. She held his gaze, her expression flat, revealing nothing. Not fear. Not ambition. Just the math. Bugsy wasn't kidding, Accardo said softly. No heart. Just columns. I have a heart, mister. Accardo. It beats in 4/4 time. It pumps blood. It doesn't pump sentiment. Good. Because Bugsy bleeds sentiment. He bleeds it all over the carpet. He's coming upstairs in 10 minutes. Bugsy wants you in the conference room. Sit in the corner. Take notes. Don't speak unless the numbers are wrong, and if they are, then you correct him. Loudly. In front of the bosses. Let's see if he breaks your jaw or kisses you. He turned back to the map. The red pin over Las Vegas quivered slightly as the AC unit rattled. Dismissed. The conference room on the second floor smelled of lemon oil and old sweat. A massive mahogany table dominated the space, surrounded by 12 high-backed chairs. Water pitchers sweated on sideboards. Ashtrays stood at attention like sentries. Virginia sat in the corner chair, the stenographer's perch, her notebook open. Fountain pen capped. She was a ghost in navy wool. The door opened. The air pressure in the room dropped. He didn't walk in, he detonated. Benjamin Siegel. 5'11", maybe 160 soaking wet, but he carried the mass of a battleship. A sharkskin suit, pale gray, cut sharp enough to cut glass. A tie the color of arterial blood. A carnation in the lapel, white perfect. His hair was a sculpted wave of black patent leather. His face was a masterpiece of violence. High cheekbones, a jawline that could split diamonds, eyes the color of a bruised plum, violet, flecked with gold. They moved with a predator's saccadic rhythm, scanning, assessing, targeting. He was followed by 2 shadows. Drivers, bodyguards, it didn't matter. They melted into the wallpaper. Bugsy took the head chair. He didn't sit, he occupied it. He sprawled, one ankle crossed over a knee, a hand resting casually on the table, fingers tapping a syncopated rhythm. Tap. Tap, tap. Tap. Gentlemen, he said. His voice was a surprise. Not a growl. A tenor. Smooth, New York vowels polished to a high shine. Chicago. The Brain Trust. The accounting department. His eyes swept the room, landing on Bugsy, on Ricca, on Accardo standing by the window. I hear the Transamerica wire is bleeding. 4 minutes latency. Try 40 seconds. I got a guy at Western Union in Omaha. He flips the switch. We get the result before the horses hit the turn. 40 seconds is a fairy tale, Benjamin, Guzik said. His voice was a rasp. Physics. Copper wire. Resistance. You can't legislate physics. I don't legislate, Jake. I negotiate, Bugsy smiled. It was a terrifying expression. All teeth, no warmth. I'm telling you, the infrastructure is there. You're just too cheap to lease the dedicated lines. You're running $1 billion operation on a party line. $1 billion saved is $1 billion earned, Rika said mildly from the sideboard, pouring water. The party line works. The books balance. The books balance, Bugsy laughed, a sharp bark. Polly, the books are a fairy tale you tell yourselves so you can sleep. The skim is the reality. And the skim is shrinking because you're slow. I'm offering you speed. Speed is volume. Volume is profit. Why am I explaining capitalism to the Capone University? The room went cold. The temperature dropped 10 degrees. Virginia uncapped her pen. She wrote in her notebook, Siegel B. Proposal, dedicated leased lines, Omaha hub. Claim, 40 sec latency. Reality, impossible without AT&T collusion. Cost, $12K month lease plus bribes. ROI, negative unless handle increases 300%. Bluster index, high. Competence index, unknown. Mr. Siegel, she said. The shark turned. Those violet gold eyes locked onto her. The tapping stopped. He looked at her suit. Her pearls. Her hands. Her face. He didn't undress her with his eyes. He audited her. Inventory. Assets. Liabilities. Who's the doll? He asked, not to her, to the room. Guzik's new calculator. Virginia Hill, Guzik said. She runs the Hawthorne reconciliation. She found the Arlington breakage skim. She found the courier lag. She's why your wire check was light last month, Benny. Bugsy didn't look away from her. Is that right? You're the one pinching my pennies. I'm the one counting them, mister. Siegel, Virginia said. Her voice cut the smoke. You're the one losing them on physics you don't understand. A beat. 2. Then Bugsy threw his head back and laughed. A genuine sound, rich and startled. Oh, this I like. Polly, Tony, Jake, you brought a knife to a gunfight and didn't tell me she was a surgeon. He stood up. Walked around the table. The sharks in the room, Accardo, Rika, Guzik went still. You didn't approach the stenographer. You didn't invade the corner. Bugsy stopped right beside her chair. He leaned down, one hand braced on the mahogany, bringing his face level with hers. Close enough to smell the bay rum cologne under the gun oil. Close enough to see the tiny scar bisecting his left eyebrow. Show me, he whispered. Show me the math on the Omaha hub. The dedicated line lease. The bribe schedule. Show me where I'm wrong, Virginia Hill. She didn't lean back. She didn't flush. She flipped her notebook to a fresh page. She wrote fast, numbers flying, formulas expanding, a decision tree of costs and probabilities. AT&T long lines tariff, 18 cents per mile per month, she wrote, speaking as she scribbled. Chicago to Omaha, 430 miles. $77.40 month per circuit. You need 2 circuits for redundancy. $154.80. Omaha to LA, 1,300 miles. $234 month per circuit. $468 total. Monthly lease, $622.80. Installation, $3,001 time dollars. Western Union kickback, Omaha supervisor, $500 month. Total monthly nut, $1,122.80. Annual, $13,473.60. She looked up at him. Current handle on Transamerica, $1.2 million month. Chicago Skim, 1.5%. $18,000 month. Your projected volume increase from speed, 300%. $3.06 M handle. Skim at 1.5%, $54,000. Delta, plus $36,000 month. Minus your lease nut, plus $22,526 month net. She tapped the paper. Provided the horses run on time. Provided the wire doesn't sag. Provided the Omaha guy doesn't get greedy or arrested. Provided the feds don't tap the dedicated line, which they will, because a dedicated line is a neon sign saying, "Crime here." She capped the pen. Net adjusted risk probability, 42% chance of Fed intercept within 18 months. Expected value of bust, total asset forfeiture plus prison. You're betting the franchise on a 58% chance of saving 40 minutes a day. Bugsy stared at the page. Then at her. The violet eyes widened, just a fraction. The pupils dilated. Not lust. Not anger. Recognition. 40 minutes, he murmured. 40 minutes is an eternity. 40 minutes is the difference between a winning ticket in your hand and a losing ticket in the mutual window. 40 minutes is life. It's latency, mister. Siegel, she said. It's physics. You can't negotiate physics. You can only account for it. He straightened up slowly. The spell broke. The predator mask slipped back on, but the eyes stayed bright. Hungry. Account for it, he said to the room, his voice ringing. That's why I came. Not for the party line. For the accountant, he looked at Accardo. Tony. She stays on the wire project. She rides shotgun on the Omaha build. If she says the line sag, the line sag. If she says the guy's dirty, the guy's dirty. She works for Guzik, Accardo said flatly. She works for the outfit, Bugsy corrected. And right now, the outfit needs someone who knows the difference between a ledger and a wish. He pulled a silver cigarette case from his pocket, flipped it open, tapped one out. Virginia. Let's take a walk. I want to see the laundry room. The real one. It wasn't a request. It wasn't an order. It was a merger proposal. Virginia gathered her notebook. She rose. She didn't look at Guzik for permission. She didn't look at Accardo for protocol. She looked at Bugsy Siegel. Lead the way, mister. Siegel, she said. But watch your step. The floor in the basement is uneven. The foundation's sinking. Just like the margins on your Omaha dream. He grinned, a flash of white in the smoke. He offered his arm, crooked at the elbow, an old-world gesture, absurd in a room full of killers. She took it. Her fingers brushed the sharkskin sleeve. Cold. Sharp. Call me Bugsy, doll, he said, steering her toward the door. Everyone else does. The ones who live, anyway. I don't call dead men anything, she replied. And I don't use nicknames. They confuse the filing system. Feisty, he laughed, opening the door for her. I like feisty. Feisty balances the books. Ledger entry, personnel file, SIEGEL, Benjamin, BUGSY, asset class, high volatility / high yield visionary. Liability, emotional inconsistency. Narcissism. Impulse control deficit. CONTRPRTY, V. Hill, stabilizer. Initial contact, 6/14/1935. Conference room B. Observation. Subject attempted intimidation via physical proximity and status display. Response. Subject neutralized via quantitative analysis, OMHA hazard model. Result: mutual recognition of predatory competence. Status: engaged professional. Recommend deep cover integration. Note: he smiles with his teeth. He calculates with his eyes. He is the only man in the room who didn't look at MY legs. He looked at the numbers. This makes HIM dangerous. This makes HIM mine. Chapter 3, The Courier's Burden Ledger Entry, 1935-1945 account. Off-book operations / courier division debit. Risk, QUANTFID. Existential credit. Trust, QUANTFID. Absolute net position. Untouchable. The train didn't rock her to sleep anymore. It rocked her to attention. Virginia sat in the observation car of the 20th Century Limited as it knifed through the Ohio flatlands. The rhythm of the wheels, a metronome for the numbers scrolling behind her eyelids. 12,000 in the left valise. 40 in the right. 3,000 in the belt beneath the silk chemise. Emergency exit money, never spent, never counted twice. The landscape blurred into a monotone watercolor of industrial soot and winter wheat. But inside the car, the air was scented with expensive tobacco, Shalimar perfume, and the distinct, metallic tang of currency moving at velocity. She was 24. She wore a tailored wool suit the color of dried blood. Maroon, Accardo had once called it, the color of dried money, and a hat pinned with a veiled net that discouraged eye contact without inviting conversation. To the porter, she was a wealthy widow. To the businessman in the facing seat, she was a prospect. To the two men in the compartment at the rear of the car, outfit muscle disguised as traveling salesmen, she was the package. The package did not sweat. The package did not blink. She withdrew a fountain pen from her purse, the nib gold, the ink a custom mix of India black and a drop of phenol formaldehyde resin. Waterproof. Fire-resistant. Indelible. She opened the leather-bound ledger she kept in the inner pocket of her jacket, the real one, the one that existed nowhere else, and turned to the page headed transit. Cayenne YK/Q for 1941. Receipt, Guzik, Chicago, Lansky, NYC. Principal, $52,000, race wire profits, October. Skim, $2,600, $5% Virginia Hill operational fee. Expense, $14.50, dining car, tips, laundry. Net delivered, $49,400. Verification, Lansky initials ML/time 14, 00/14 Nav. She capped the pen. The entry was a period at the end of a sentence written in blood and sweat. 10 years since the World's Fair. 10 years since Guzik had looked at her sticky fingers and seen a surgeon's hands. The train whistle shrieked, a long, mournful minor third, as they approached the Albany yards. Virginia didn't look up. She felt the deceleration in her inner ear, the subtle compression of the couplers, the physics of mass obeying friction. Physics was honest. People were variables. The Alabama clay was red as oxidized iron. Staining the soles of her custom, Ferragamo pumps a permanent, rusted ochre. Lipscomb hadn't changed. The shotgun shack where Oni Virginia Hill had been born still leaned against the wind like a tired boxer, the porch sagging, the roof patched with tar paper weighted down by bricks. The smell, pine sap, wood smoke, lye soap, and the deep generational rot of poverty hit her the moment she stepped off the Packard she'd hired in Birmingham. It was a smell money couldn't wash off, only cover up. She had sent the money orders monthly. Cashier's checks, drawn on banks that didn't talk to the IRS. For mother. For the house. For the doctor. No return address. No signature. Just the math. But the house on the hill, the white clapboard two-story with the wraparound porch and the indoor plumbing and the electric stove, that was new. She had bought it through a straw corporation in Delaware, deed held in a blind trust. Cash. No mortgage. No paper trail leading back to Chicago. The ultimate laundering, cleaning the money by burying it in the red dirt of her childhood. The front door opened before she reached the steps. Her mother, Oniasar, stood framed in the doorway. She was a small woman, folded in on herself by decades of scrubbing floors that weren't hers, her hair a frizzy halo of gray, her eyes the same startling, calculating blue as Virginia's. She wore a house dress of feedsack cotton, clean and pressed, an apron tied tight over her waist. She didn't smile. Hill women didn't smile for photographs or prodigal daughters. They assessed. "You're late," her mother said. Her voice was sandpaper on pine. The train from Atlanta was in at noon. "Track work in Chattanooga," Virginia said. She stopped at the bottom of the porch steps, the Ferragamos sinking into the loam. "I walked the last mile. Wanted to see the property line." Her mother's gaze flicked down to the shoes, up the maroon wool, over the Duesenberg Model J parked in the dirt drive, the one with the supercharged straight-eight, the one that cost $18,000 and drank gasoline like a thirsty god. The exhaust tick was a low, mechanical growl in the humid silence. 18,000, her mother murmured. For a car. My whole life, all the lives before me, wouldn't sum to 18,000. It's an asset, Mama. Depreciating, admittedly. But it moves me fast. Speed is the only variable I control. Her mother snorted, a dry, cracking sound. Speed kills. You know what kills slower? Pride. You got a room upstairs. Second door. I changed the sheets. They're cotton. Not silk. Cotton breathes. I don't sleep much. Then you don't dream much. That's the only mercy. Virginia climbed the steps. The porch boards didn't creak. New lumber, solid joists. She had specified one grade southern yellow pine in the contractor's bid. She knew the specs of her own sanctuary better than the men who built it. Inside, the house smelled of lemon oil and biscuits. It was obscene. It was perfect. It was the only thing in the world she owned that didn't belong to the outfit. She kissed her mother's cheek, dry paper skin, sharp cheekbone. The doctor says the rheumatism. Lies. He says it's rheumatism, so the insurance pays. It's the cold. It's the damp. It's being old and used up. Her mother turned, shuffling toward the kitchen. Stay for supper. Fried chicken. Real lard. None of that city grease. I have a train at 6. The Crescent back to New Orleans. Connect to the Panama Limited. Always leaving. Always counting the minutes. I count the money, Mama. The minutes just come along for the ride. She went upstairs. The room was sparse. Iron bed, braided rug, a washstand with a pitcher and bowl. No telephone. No radio. A fortress of analog silence. She sat on the edge of the mattress and unzipped the valise. Not the one with the outfit cash. The other one. The personal one. She pulled out the envelope. Thick. Heavy. Unmarked. $10,000 in $100 bills. Series 1934A. Fresh bands. She placed it on the pillow. Principal, $10,000. Purpose, maternal trust / quality of life adjustment. Interest, 0. Maturity, on demand God. She zipped the bag. She didn't leave a note. Notes were evidence. The money would be found when the sheets were changed. Or when the mattress was flipped. Her mother would know. Her mother always knew the math. Virginia walked back down the stairs, through the kitchen where the smell of frying fat was a physical weight, and out the screen door. She didn't look back at the window. Looking back changed the trajectory. The Duesenberg roared to life, a mechanical beast waking. She gripped the wheel, the leather cold against her palms, and pointed the long hood north. Chicago received her in a shroud of coals smoke and lake-effect wind. The Outback Lounge didn't look like a bank. It looked like a mortuary for heavy drinkers. Dark paneling, stained glass depicting Dionysian orgies, booths high enough to hide a standing man. But the air in the back office, behind the steel door with the peephole, smelled of cedar, espresso, and the specific dry rustle of $100 bills being counted by machine. Jake, greasy thumb, Guzik sat behind a desk the size of a barge, a green eye shade pushed back on his bald head, a fountain pen moving with the piston rhythm of a sewing machine. He didn't look up as she entered. He never looked up until the numbers were right. Chicago to New York. New York to Havana. Havana to Chicago, Guzik muttered, flipping a ledger page. The triangle. The holy trinity of the wire. 52 large moved. 49.4 delivered. 2.6 to the house. That's your 5%, kid. You counting the Detroit stop. Detroit was a pickup, not a drop, Virginia said. She stood before the desk, spine straight, hands clasped behind her back. Parade rest. Purple Gang tribute. 12,000. It's in the valise on the chair. Count it twice. They shorted the October VIG by 400. I took it out of the driver's pay. Guzik's pen stopped. He looked up then. His eyes were watery, pale, the eyes of a man who read the bottom line of the universe and found it wanting. You docked the driver for the Purple Gang's mistake. The driver works for me. The Purple Gang works for the outfit. I don't argue with the outfit. I manage my payroll. She tilted her head. The driver has a gambling problem. The 400 covers his marker at the Hawthorne track. He stays solvent, he stays loyal. Solvent loyalty is the only kind that lasts. A sound escaped Guzik, somewhere between a cough and a laugh. Solvent loyalty. Christ. You sound like a Cardo. You think like a Cardo. That's dangerous, Virginia. Thinking like the boss makes you a threat. Thinking like the accountant makes you an asset. Stay an asset. I'm the best asset you got, Jake. I move money faster than the Federal Reserve, and I leave no fingerprints. Not even on the pen. Speaking of pens, Guzik reached into a drawer and slid a sealed manila envelope across the blotter. Accardo wants to see you. Tonight. The Blackstone. Private dining room. 8 o'clock. Wear the maroon suit. He likes the maroon suit. Virginia didn't touch the envelope. Accardo sees me when I deliver the Havana skim. That's Thursday. Today is Tuesday. Schedule changed. The Havana skim is on hold. Lansky's got a situation with the Navy. The Flamingo project in Nevada is bleeding cash faster than a gut-shot deer. Accardo wants eyes on the ground. Your eyes. The air pressure in the room dropped. The Flamingo. Bugsy's Desert Mirage. She had seen the preliminary blueprints 6 months ago, sketches on cocktail napkins, really, inflated by ego and funded by hope. She had run the numbers in her head. Construction costs, $1.02 M projected. Real cost, $4 minimum. Overrun probability, 98%. Bugsy Siegel volatility index, critical. I'm a courier, Jake. I move static value. I don't babysit dynamic disasters. You're the only one who reads the blueprints and sees the invoices and understands the math, Guzik said softly. Bugsy sees chandeliers. Accardo sees a ledger bleeding red ink. He needs someone who speaks both languages. You're the translator. And if I refuse, Guzik took off his glasses, polishing the lenses with a silk handkerchief. Then you go back to being a very rich girl in a very fast car. But you stop being the outfit's diplomat. You become just another civilian with a secret. And civilians. Civilians get subpoenas. Or bullets. Assets get protection. The threat was wrapped in velvet. The outfit way. I'll be at the Blackstone, Virginia said. 8 o'clock. Maroon suit. Good girl. Guzik put his glasses back on, bent his head. The pen scratched again. Entry, Hill V. Status, reassigned. Risk profile, elevated. Asset value, maximum. She left the envelope on the desk. The Blackstone Hotel's private dining room was a cube of walnut and silence, insulated from the Michigan Avenue traffic by 3 feet of masonry and the outfit's will. Tony, Joe Batters, Accardo sat at the head of the table. He was a small man, neat as a pin, wearing a tuxedo that looked like it had been poured onto him. He was eating risotto with the precision of a surgeon, each grain distinct, each bite timed. He didn't look up when she entered. He never rushed. Rushing implied anxiety. Anxiety implied lack of control. Virginia, he said, wiping his mouth with a linen napkin. Sit. 8. The ossobuco is exceptional. The veal remembers the milk it drank. I ate in Birmingham, she said, pulling out the chair. She didn't reach for the menu. Mother's fried chicken. Lard. Authenticity. Authenticity is a luxury, Virginia. We trade in derivatives. Futures. Options. He signaled the waiter, a man in white gloves who materialized from the shadows. Bring the lady the ossobuco. And a bottle of the 29 Latour. Let it breathe. The 29 is overrated, she said. The 28 has better structure. Higher acidity. It cuts the fat. Accardo paused, the ghost of a smile touching the corners of his mouth, the only part of his face that ever moved. The 28 it is. You have a palate for assets. Tangible, liquid vintage. I have a palate for value, Tony. Sentiment rots the portfolio. Agreed. He waited for the waiter to vanish. The door clicked shut. The cone of silence descended. The Flamingo, bottomless pit, she said. Siegel's ego is the excavator. He's moving walls that are load-bearing. He's ordering marble from Carrara, while the foundation settles on sand. He treats the budget like a suggestion. Lansky treats it like a prayer, Accardo said. Mayor loves the boy. Blind spot. Big as the Mojave. The syndicate voted the seed money, $1, $2 million. We're at $4.3 million as of last week's wire. Projected completion, March 47. Projected final tab, $6 million. Maybe more. 6 million, she repeated. The number hung in the air, heavy as a gold bar. For a hotel in a town where the main industry is divorce and the climate tries to kill you 6 months a year, it's not a hotel, Virginia. It's a bank. A bank with no vault, no regulators, and a front door that never locks. The skim on a Vegas casino operation, if it runs honest, is 30% gross. Tax-free. Laundry perfect. The Flamingo is the prototype. If it works, we own the desert. If it fails, he shrugged, a microscopic gesture. We own the debt. And we collect the collateral. Siegel is the collateral. Siegel is the variable. Accardo cut a piece of veal, chewed slowly. He's unstable. The war didn't help. The headaches. The women. The violence. He's a killer who wants to be a legitimate businessman. The worst kind. He thinks legitimacy is a coat you put on. He doesn't understand it's a skin you grow, and you want me to grow it for him. I want you to manage it. You go to Las Vegas. You take the construction account. You hire the contractors, union, non-union, I don't care, just competent. You approve every invoice. You sign every check. You run the payroll. You make the payoffs to the inspectors, the teamsters, the water board. You build the damn thing on budget, on time, or you tell me exactly why not so I can adjust the ledger. And Siegel. Siegel is the vision. You are the execution. He dreams the palace. You pour the concrete. He signs the checks. You make sure the ink is dry before the bank sees them. Accardo leaned back, finally meeting her eyes directly. The gaze was flat, opaque, shark-like. You are the only one he listens to. The only one who isn't afraid of him. The only one who corrects his math. He doesn't listen. He tolerates. He respects you. That's the currency we're spending. Go to Vegas. Live in the trailer. Sleep with a gun under your pillow. Build the Flamingo. And Virginia, yes, keep a second set of books. The real ones. For Chicago. For me. Bugsy gets the dream ledger. We get the truth. She picked up her knife and fork. The osso buco arrived, steaming, the marrow glistening in the bone. The truth is expensive, Tony. My fee goes to 10%. Off the top. Before the skim. Before the vig. Before Lansky's prayer. 10% of the gross construction budget. Paid into a numbered account in Zurich. Monthly, 5% is standard for. Standard couriers move envelopes. I'm building a city. 10%. And I want a clause. If Siegel's volatility index hits critical, if he threatens the asset, I have unilateral authority to freeze disbursements. Including his personal draw, Accardo was silent for a long moment. The hotel sounds drifted up, clinking china, muted laughter, the muffled roar of the city. The sound of money circulating. 7%, he said. And the freeze clause requires a co-signature. Mine. Or Gusick S. You don't pull the plug on a made man without the board's approval. 8%. Co-signature waived if Siegel is physically absent from the site for more than 72 hours. He disappears to Hollywood. He disappears to the track. The money stops when the visionary isn't watching the mortar. 7.5. Final offer. And you report to me. Weekly. Encrypted cable. No exceptions. Done, she cut into the veal. It melted. 7.5. Zurich account details by courier tomorrow. I leave for Vegas on the Super Chief Friday noon. I'll need a driver. My own. Not one of yours. Yours is waiting at the garage. The Duesenberg stays in Chicago. You'll take a Packard. Armored. Bulletproof glass. Discreet. Good. I hate the Duesenberg anyway. Too much chrome. Attracts attention. Attention is the one thing you don't buy, Virginia. You earn it. And you just bought a war in the desert. She took a bite, chewed, swallowed. The flavor was rich, complex, worth every dollar of the 28 ladder. Wars have budgets, Tony, she said, wiping her fingers. Deserts have horizons. I know both. I'll balance the books. See that you do. Accardo picked up his own fork. Now eat. The veal gets cold. And cold veal is a tragedy. Unlike most things in our business, it cannot be fixed with a ledger entry. The train westward was different. The Super Chief was streamlined, stainless steel, a silver bullet fired at the setting sun. Virginia stood in the vestibule between cars, the desert wind tearing at her coat, the heat fading behind them like a memory. The landscape had shifted from green to gold, to the brutal, beautiful monochrome of the Mojave. Joshua trees stood like crucified sentinels against a sky the color of a bruised amethyst. She wasn't courier anymore. She was the chief of staff for a madman's monument. In her pocket, the encrypted cable key clicked against the lighter. In her mind, the ledger was already open. Account, Flamingo Hotel and Casino/Construction Phase I debit. Chaos estimated. $6 million+ credit. Control Virginia Hill, 7.5% gross/unilateral freeze authority, status. Active notes. The architect is insane. The foundation is sand. The money is real. The exit strategy, Paris. Timeline, 18 months. She lit a cigarette, cupping the flame against the gale. The smoke tasted like victory and dust. Next stop, Las Vegas, the conductor called out, his voice swallowed by the speed. End of the line. Beginning of the world. Virginia Hill exhaled, a plume of gray vanishing into the violet dusk. She didn't check her watch. She knew the schedule. She had written it. Chapter 4, Desert Bloom Ledger Entry, May 14, 1945 Project. Flamingo Hotel and Casino, Paradise, Nevada debit. Initial capital expenditure, $1,200,000. Outfit front money credit. Cash on hand, $0. Wire pending Chicago clearing. Note. Foundation pour commenced 600 HRS. Slump test failed. Rebar grade substandard. Contractor, SCDWAYBCKER, flagged for audit. Personnel, 1-1 architect Manic. 1-1 operator ME. Probability of solvency, 12%. Probability of survival, unknown. The desert didn't welcome you. It tolerated you, and only if you had the water rights to prove it. Virginia stepped down from the Union Pacific city of Los Angeles onto the baked sienna platform of the Las Vegas depot, the sudden silence of the idling diesel engine ringing in her ears like tinnitus. The air hit her, a physical weight, dry and scented with creosote, alkali dust, and the metallic tang of high-tension wires humming overhead. It tasted like a battery. It tasted like money burning. She was wearing a tailored linen suit the color of pale champagne, a Panama hat pinned against the wind with a griffin-headed brooch, white kid gloves. She looked like a woman arriving for a weekend at the Biltmore. She moved like a woman who had just counted the payroll for 300 men and found the numbers light. Miss Hill, the voice came from a shimmering heat haze near a dust-caked Packard Clipper. A young kid, barely 20, hair plastered to his forehead, wearing a short-sleeved shirt 2 sizes too big. He held a clipboard like a shield. "That's me," Virginia said. Her voice didn't carry, it cut. "You the superintendent, Becker." Sedway Becker. "Mr. Siegel sent me. He said to tell you the trailer's set up. And the phones work." Mostly, she repeated, the word flat. "Lead the way, Mr. Becker. And find me a thermos. Coffee. Black. If the water here tastes like sulfur, boil it twice." The drive north on Highway 91 was a lesson in geology and hubris. The Strip, as the dreamers called it, the suckers who thought 2 lanes of blacktop and a handful of neon constituted a boulevard, was a scar across the valley floor. El Rancho Vegas. Hotel Last Frontier. Low-slung, rustic, pretending the desert was a backdrop for a Gary Cooper movie. Then the road ended. The pavement surrendered to graded dirt, and the Packard bucked over ruts carved by caterpillar treads. There it was. The Flamingo. It wasn't a building. It was a wound in the earth. A rectangular crater, 200 feet by 300, gouged out of the caliche hardpan. Piles of excavated soil ring the pit like spoil heaps at a strip mine. Skeleton ribs of rebar jutted from the floor slab, rusting already in the dry air, a cage waiting for concrete that hadn't arrived. A forest of wooden formwork stood braced for the first-floor walls, warped by the sun into abstract sculptures. And in the middle of the chaos, a single Airstream trailer sat on concrete blocks, its aluminum skin blindingly bright against the dun landscape. An antenna whipped in the thermal updrafts. A window unit air conditioner throbbed with a sound like a dying asthmatic, dripping condensation onto the dirt. A miracle of condensation in a land where water cost more than whiskey. Becker killed the engine. Home sweet home, ma'am. Virginia didn't move. She studied the pit. She saw the stress fractures in the foundation pour, hairline cracks spiderwebbing from the column footings. She saw the stack of cement bags, torn and hardening in the pallets, a waste of rationed wartime priority certificates. She saw the copper wire coils left unguarded near the temporary power pole, an invitation to the local Paiute kids or the crew's own sticky fingers. She calculated the rebar tonnage versus the structural drawings she had memorized on the train. 30% light. The concrete slump was wrong. The aggregate was too coarse, likely hauled from a dry wash instead of a washed pit. Mr. Becker, she said, opening her purse, extracting a silver cigarette case, lighting a Chesterfield with a gold Dunhill lighter. She exhaled a plume of smoke into the oven-hot air. You poured the matte foundation 3 days ago. Yes, ma'am. Tuesday. And you noticed the cracking. Becker shifted, the clipboard pressing into his thigh. We noticed. Mr. Siegel said it's settling. He said the desert breathes. He said not to worry about the hairlines. We'll float the finish coat. Virginia tapped ash onto the dirt. Settling. The desert breathes. Poetry for incompetence. Get me the poor tickets. The batch plant receipts. The slump test cylinders, if you took them. And the payroll for the mud crew. I want to know who signed off on the mix design. Miss Hill, Mr. Siegel, Mr. Siegel, she interrupted, turning those pale eyes on him, the color of a frozen lake, is the vision. I am the structure. Visions don't pay for rework, structures do. Get the paper. Now, Becker scrambled out of the car, the screen door slamming behind him. Virginia watched him go, then turned to the trailer. She climbed the 3 steel steps, the metal warm under her gloves. Inside, the air was a shock, cool, smelling of ozone, machine oil, and the faint, sweet rot of the evaporative cooler pads. A metal desk bolted to the floor. A filing cabinet. A field telephone on a Bakelite handset. A drafting table covered in a topographic map of the site, weighted down with rocks. She didn't sit. She went to the map first. She peeled back the corners, revealing the annotations beneath. Red grease pencil. Chandelier foyer, 40 FT clearance. Move column line C. Pool extension, glass wall. No support. Cantilever 15 FT. Bugsy's handwriting. Jagged, impulsive, pressing hard enough to tear the paper. She traced a finger over the cantilever note. 15 feet of unsupported glass wall over a pool. In a seismic zone. With a foundation already cracking. Beautiful, the ledger whispered in the back of her skull, the voice that was not quite hers. Lethal. Expensive. Exactly the kind of line item that sinks a balance sheet. She moved to the filing cabinet. Empty. She opened the desk drawers. A deck of cards. A .38 snub nose in a leather holster. A half pint of Seagram's VO. A stack of Western Union telegraph forms. She picked up the telephone. Dialed 0 for the local operator. Long distance. Chicago. Wabash 24400. Person to person for Mr. Tony Accardo. Tell him Virginia is on the line. Tell him the patient has a fever. She hung up, smoothed her skirt, and sat. She waited. The air conditioner rattled. The desert wind sandblasted the aluminum skin. 10 minutes. The phone rang. Virginia. Accardo's voice was a low-frequency hum, static-laced but clear. No greeting. No waste. Talk. Foundation is compromised. Becker's mix is substandard. Siegel is redesigning structural elements daily via grease pencil. The budget is $1.2 million. The burn rate suggests $4 million by Christmas. I need authority to fire the general contractor, approve the steel purchase, and open a letter of credit for the HVAC units from Carrier in Syracuse. And I need a second set of books printed yesterday. One for the bank, one for the outfit, one for me. Silence on the line. The sound of an opera recording in the background. Tosca, maybe. Accardo loved Puccini. Done, Accardo said. The books arrive Wednesday, via Railway Express. The Carrier units are allocated. Becker stays. For now. He's honest. Terrified but honest. I'll use him to audit the subs. If he breaks, I replace him. Siegel, in the wind. He's at the El Cortez, I hear. Or the Apache Hotel. He'll show up when the sun goes down. Vampires prefer the neon. A pause. Watch the skim, Virginia. 10% to us. 5 to you. That's the deal. Don't get greedy. And don't let him charm the numbers off the page. I don't do charm, Tony. I do arithmetic. The numbers don't charm. They balance. Or they don't. Good girl. Keep the line open. Click. Dial tone. Virginia replaced the receiver. She felt the vibration of the conversation settle in her fingertips, a steady hum. Control established. Chain of command verified. Asset protection initiated. She opened the briefcase she'd carried on the train, the one with the false bottom. She withdrew the ledger. Not the printed books Accardo was sending. Her ledger. Black Morocco leather, hand-stitched, pages ruled in faint green ink. She opened it to the first blank page, dated the entry. May 14. Project initiation. Capital, $1.02 M outfit. Contingency, $0. Skim rate, 15% total, 10% Chi/5% VH. Risk factor, principal SIGL volatile. Contractor, BCKER compromised. Structural integrity, critical. Exit strategy, Paris account 774Z, Swiss credit ANSDLT. Funding target, $250 K personal reserve by OCT1. Probability, 40%. She snapped the book shut. The trailer door banged open. The heat rushed in, a physical blow, carrying the scent of cheap cologne, sweat, gun oil, and the distinct, sharp ozone of a summer storm building over the spring mountains. He didn't walk in, he erupted. Benjamin Siegel. 49 years old, though the face was a map of younger violences. Broken nose reset crooked, a white slash of a scar bisecting the left eyebrow, eyes the color of shattered bottle glass, pale and depthless. He wore a silk shirt, ivory, open at the collar, gray flannel trousers held up by suspenders, two-tone spectator shoes spotless on the dusty floor. A Panama hat, finer than hers, tilted back. He carried a rolled set of blueprints under one arm. In the other hand, a glass jar filled with a clear liquid and... lemons. No. Ice. Actual ice cubes, clinking. Virginia. The voice was a boom, a Broadway projection in a tin can. The queen of the desert. My architect of the invisible. He kissed the air near her cheek, close enough to smell the bergamot in his hair tonic, the cordite ghost on his cuffs. He didn't touch her. He never touched her without permission. That was the rule. That was the dance. Benjamin, she said. She didn't stand. She didn't need to. You're late. The poor tickets were due Monday. The slump tests are missing. And your cantilever on the pool wall adds $40,000 in structural steel we don't have, for a view of a parking lot that doesn't exist yet. Bugsy grinned, a flash of capped teeth, genuine delight. He dropped the blueprints on the desk, scattering her mental order, and held up the jar. Fresh squeezed. Ice from the El Cortez machine. I hijacked the delivery truck. Cost me a C-note and a favor to a teamster named Moe. Worth every penny. Drink, I don't drink on site, neither do I. Usually. But this isn't a sight, doll. This is the future. He unscrewed the lid, poured 2 paper cups from a dispenser, splashed the lemonade. He handed her one. Condensation slicked the waxed paper. Sit. Look at the light. He went to the window, peeling back the blackout shade. The sun was dropping, a molten coin sliding into a slot behind the Sierra Nevadas. The light turned the pit gold, then rose, then bruised purple. It gilded the rebar cage, turning rust into filigree. The desert floor seemed to vibrate with the dying heat, shimmering waves distorting the horizon. Look at it, he whispered, the mania dropping to a reverent hush. Nobody sees it. They see a hole. They see a money pit. Mayor sees a ledger. Tony sees a headache. But I see the lobby. 40-foot ceilings. Murals. Hand-painted silk wallpaper from China. A chandelier in the foyer, baccarat crystal, 3 tons of it. I see the tables. Craps roulette faro. The highest limits west of the Mississippi. I see the showroom. Names and lights. Sinatra. Martin. The big bands. I see the pool, outdoor heated underwater lighting. Girls in 2-piece suits. The first integrated room in Nevada, Virginia. No color line at my tables. The syndicate will hate it. The world will copy it. He turned, the glass catching the last flare of the sun, haloing his head. And I see you. In the office. Counting the drop. Making the math work. You're the only one who makes the math work, Oni Virginia Hill. Virginia makes the dream stand up, the nickname. Oni. The red clay girl. The secret name. He was the only living soul who knew it, besides her mother. He had bought it from a private detective in Chicago 3 years ago, just to see if she'd flinch. She hadn't. She'd charged him double for the report. You're drunk on sunlight, Bugsy, she said, sipping the lemonade. It was perfect. Tart, sweet, freezing. The cantilever stays on the drawing board until the foundation passes a core sample. The chandelier stays in Vienna until the roof is watertight. And the integrated room. You put that in writing, Mayor kills it before the plaster dries. You want a monument. Build the box first. The poetry comes after the mortar cures. He laughed, a bark of sound. Mortar cures. Poetry pays. You sound like Greasy Thumb. I am Greasy Thumb's best student. I learned from the master. Speaking of which, your wire service revenue projections for the race book are inflated by 22%. I've adjusted the expected hold in the operating budget. You're welcome. He moved closer, the trailers shrinking around them. The air conditioner gasped. The heat pressed against the thin walls. He leaned a hip against the desk, right next to her hand. Close. The scent of him, sandalwood sweat power, displaced the ozone. 22%, he murmured. You counted the handle in your head. On the train. I counted it in my head in Chicago. The train just gave me time to write it down. God, I love that. His voice dropped, intimate, dangerous. You don't flatter. You don't soothe. You hand me the knife and tell me exactly where to cut. Nobody does that. Not Mayor. Not Lucky. Not the judge. They all want the answer to be yes. You give me no wrapped in here's how. No saves your life, Bugsy. Yes gets you indicted. Or dead. Maybe I want to die building something pretty, then hire a contractor. I'm not building a tomb. Their eyes locked. The glass eyes. The frozen lake eyes. The tension in the trailer wasn't sexual. It was nuclear. It was the critical mass of two people who understood that the only truth in the world was leverage, and they held each other's fulcrums. A horn blasted outside. Heavy diesel. Shouting. Becker's voice, raised in panic. Hey. You can't dump there. That's the drainage swale. Get that truck back. Bugsy didn't look away. Duty calls, operator. Your circus, your monkeys. He pushed off the desk. The movement was fluid, coiled. He picked up his blueprints. I'm at the Apache. Suite 300. Bring the adjusted projections tomorrow. 9 a.m. We'll go over the steel bid for the showroom trusses. I want them exposed. Painted gold. Exposed trusses collect dust. Paint flakes. Fire hazard. Gold paint, Virginia. It's Vegas. Everything's a fire hazard. That's why we buy insurance. He tapped the brim of his hat. Good night, doll. Don't let the bedbugs bite. They carry plague out here. He was gone. The door slammed. The trailer shuddered in his wake. Virginia sat in the sudden quiet, the lemonade turning lukewarm in her hand. She listened to his footsteps on the metal steps. The crunch of gravel. The roar of a massive engine, Cadillac V8, straight pipes. The Doppler fade of the exhaust as he tore back toward the highway, kicking up a rooster tail of dust that glowed radioactive in the twilight. She exhaled. A long, slow breath that fogged the air in the cooled trailer. She set the cup down. She opened her ledger again. She turned to the page she had just written. She took a fountain pen, Waterman, 14K gold nib, filled with Parker Quink blue-black, and drew a single line through the probability, 40%. She wrote above it, probability, 65%. Variable, SIGEL compliance temporary. She closed the book. She stood, unpinning her hat, shaking out her hair, the dark waves falling past her shoulders. She went to the small cot in the corner, military surplus canvas on aluminum pipe. She unzipped her suit jacket, draped it over the chair. She lay down on the scratchy wool blanket, fully clothed, shoes on. The desert night crashed down, sudden and absolute. The stars didn't fade in. They snapped on, a billion hard diamonds on black velvet. The Milky Way was a luminous scar across the sky. Through the thin aluminum wall, she heard the generators start up. The arc welders biting into steel. The graveyard shift arriving, men in hard hats eating lunch pails in the dark, building a palace for gamblers who hadn't been born yet. She listened to the rhythm. Hammer. Drill. Shovel. Hammer. The sound of money being buried. The sound of money being born. Debit, labor. Credit, dream, the ledger whispered, the voice settling into the rhythm of her heartbeat. Balance, pending. She closed her eyes. The sandstorm would hit by noon tomorrow. The concrete trucks would be late. Bugsy would change the lobby elevation 3 times before lunch. She smiled, a small, sharp expression in the dark. Let them come. Chapter 5, Storm Cellar Ledger Entry, March 1946 debit, concrete pour 14 DLAYED, $18,400 debit, whiskey medicinal 2 cases, $320 credit, patients exhausted, 0 net position, exposed the desert doesn't negotiate. It doesn't bluff. It simply applies pressure until the structural integrity fails. Virginia knew the meteorology of the Mojave better than the meteorologists did. She knew the barometric drop before the needles twitched, knew the taste of ozone and alkali dust on the tongue 20 minutes before the sky turned the color of a bruised plum. She had watched the aneroid barometer in the site office tapping down all morning, a tiny metal heart arrhythmia. Bugsy, of course, was oblivious. He was standing on the skeletal second floor of the Flamingo's main casino block, arms wide, facing the coming wall of sand like a prophet welcoming the apocalypse. His white silk shirt, custom-tailored, shipped from Beverly Hills, cost more than the foreman's monthly wage, snapped violently in the rising wind. "Look at it, Virginia," he shouted, his voice thin against the howl. "The hand of God scouring the sin. We're building a palace in the wilderness. The sand respects the vision." Virginia stood in the doorway of the construction trailer, her office, her fortress, the only structure on site with a lock she controlled. She wore slacks, a sensible blouse, a bandana tied tight over her hair. Practical. Armored. She held a clipboard against her chest. "The sand doesn't respect vision, Benny," she called back, her voice pitched to Carrie. "It respects mass and gravity. Get down from there before the rebar impales you." "I didn't budget for a corpse removal line item." He laughed, that jagged hyena bark that made the hair on her arms stand up. He loved the danger. He was the danger. He took one last breath of the charged air, then loped down the temporary staircase, moving with the terrifying grace of a jungle cat navigating a fire escape. The wind hit them full force as he reached the trailer steps, a solid fist of grit and static electricity. It stung exposed skin, sandblasting the paint off the equipment. The sky vanished, replaced by a roiling ceiling of ochre and charcoal. "Inside," she ordered, grabbing his elbow steel cable under wet silk and hauling him up the metal steps. Now, they stumbled into the dim, cooled interior. The trailer was a miracle of outfit logistics, a surplus Army communications unit lined with soundproofing, powered by a dedicated generator humming outside. Maps covered the walls. Blueprints covered the tables. A small wet bar in the corner held the only decent bourbon in 100 miles. Old Granddad, bonded, 100 proof. Virginia kept the key on a chain around her neck. The door slammed shut, sealing out the scream of the storm. The sudden silence was heavier than the noise. It pressed against the eardrums. The only sound was the generator's steady chug and the sand hissing against the metal skin of the trailer, a sound like dry rain on a tin roof. Bugsy shook himself off, sand cascading from his hair, his shoulders, the cuffs of his trousers. He looked wild. Alive. The pupils blown wide, the blue irises nearly swallowed. Mania, Virginia noted clinically. The high side of the swing. She'd seen the lows, weeks in bed, the shakes, the weeping that sounded like something breaking inside a machine. But the highs built casinos. "Drink," she asked, moving to the bar. Business as usual. The ledger demanded normalcy. "Double." "Neat," he didn't sit. He prowled. He ran a finger over the edge of the drafting table, tracing the line of the proposed showroom curve. "The acoustics in the lounge. I want them perfect." A whisper at table 4 heard at the bar. "Intimacy on demand." "Intimacy costs extra," she said, pouring 2 fingers into a tumbler, then 3 into hers. She handed him his. "The acoustic tile is stuck in a rail yard in Barstow. The Teamsters say the rails are warped by the heat. I say the Teamsters want a taste of the slot revenue. We pay the taste or we wait for winter." "We don't have winter," he said, downing half the whiskey in one swallow. He slammed the glass down, the amber liquid sloshing. "We have the opening in December." Mayor says the books balance," she cut in sharp. "I say the books are fiction until the concrete cures." "Drink slower. You have a meeting with the steel contractors in 2 hours. If you're slurring, they'll smell blood and add 15%. He turned to face her. The storm rattled the trailer's frame. A gust shook the Venetian blinds. In the dim light, single bare bulbs swinging gently on its cord, his face was a study in shadows and sharp planes. The scar on his left cheek, white lightning against the tan. The jaw that had been broken twice and reset crooked. The mouth that could order a hit or recite Keats with equal facility. "You're the only one who talks to me like I'm staff," he said softly. "You are staff," she said, sipping her drink. "I'm the only one who pays you." A beat. The generator coughed. Then he smiled. The terrifying, charming, lethal smile. "Touché, doll." "Touché," he moved closer. Not prowling now. Purposeful. The air in the trailer thickened, the oxygen consumed by something older than the desert. Virginia didn't step back. She set her glass down on the edge of the blueprint table, the condensation ringing a faint circle on the lounge seating plan. "You're afraid of me," he said, stopping inches from her. A statement. Not a question. The lie would have been easy. The flirtation. "Oh, Benny, you big scary gangster." The script the malls followed. The script Honey followed, probably, behind the locked doors of Scarsdale. Virginia Hill didn't follow scripts. She wrote the footnotes. "I'm not afraid of you, Benny," she said, her voice steady, eyes locked on his. "I'm afraid of what you'll cost me." The silence stretched, taut as a piano wire. The wind shrieked outside, a banshee scratching at the metal. "Everything costs," he whispered. "The question is the return. Then show me the projection," she challenged. "Show me the P and L on us. Because right now, the overhead is astronomical and the revenue is strictly theoretical." He reached out. She felt the heat of his fingers before they touched her, brushing a grain of sand from her temple, tracing the line of her jaw. His hands were rough, calloused from guns and steering wheels and the manual labor he refused to delegate. But the touch was featherlight. "Reverent." "Revenue," he murmured, his thumb brushing her lower lip. "You want a dividend. I'll give you the whole bank. The Flamingo. The wire services. The race books. Chicago. New York. Havana. You name the jurisdiction, I'll buy the charter. I don't want your charity, Bugsy. I want your discipline." She didn't close her eyes. She watched him. "I want the man who builds the impossible to stop acting like a child in a sandbox and start acting like the partner I need." The air left his lungs in a sharp hiss. The mania flickered, banked, replaced by something colder. Harder. The killer. The architect. "Partner," he repeated, tasting the word. "Is that what we are?" Two signatures on the articles of incorporation. "This isn't a corporation," she said. "It's a conspiracy. And in a conspiracy, the only crime is getting caught. Or losing your nerve. I never lose my nerve. You're losing it now." The design changes. The contractors. The drinking. "You're spinning the plates, Benny, and you're praying they don't crash. I'm here to catch them. But I need you to stop throwing them." He laughed then, a low, broken sound. "You're the only one who sees the wobble. Everyone else sees the show. Lansky sees the numbers. Accardo sees the risk. You see the mechanism. I see the math," she corrected. "And the math says you're the variable I can't solve for. So stop being a variable. Be a constant. Be the man who stays in the room when the storm hits." The trailer shuddered. A massive impact, tumbleweed. A 2x4 slammed the side wall. The bulb swung wildly, casting dancing shadows. Bugsy's hand cupped the back of her neck, fingers tangling in the hair beneath the bandana. His grip was possessive. Desperate. "Stay in the room with me, Virginia. Tonight. Right now. Forget the ledger. Forget the concrete. Just stay, the ledger." The eternal, humming ledger in her head. Debit, control. Credit, chaos. Risk, total. She thought of the Swiss account numbers, memorized in a cipher only she knew. She thought of the Duesenberg, waiting in the garage at Linden Drive. She thought of the house in Alabama, paid for in cash, no deed, A ghost asset for a ghost mother. She thought of the exit strategy she polished every night before sleep. She thought of the M1 carbine rounds she knew were coming, eventually, for one of them. Probably both. She put her hand over his on her neck. Her fingers were cool, dry. Professional. "Take off the shirt," she said. "It's silk. It tears. And I'm not expensing a replacement." The tension shattered. He exhaled, a long, ragged sound, and the killer vanished, replaced by the man, hungry, terrified, brilliant. "Yes, ma'am." He pulled the shirt over his head in one fluid motion. The scars mapped his torso, a topography of violence. Knife fight, 1931. Bullet graze, 33. Shrapnel from a premature detonation, 35. He wore them like medals. She wore her scars inside, etched in ink on ledger pages. He kicked off his shoes, expensive Italian leather thudding on the linoleum. He moved to her, hands finding the buttons of her blouse. She didn't help. She didn't hinder. She watched his fingers, competent, quick, deft as a surgeon's or a safecracker's. "Slow," she said when he reached her brassiere clasp. "The clasp is in the front. French design. Logic over ornament. Logic," he breathed against her throat, his teeth grazing the tendon. "I'll remember that. Remember the payroll deadline Friday," she countered, her head falling back, exposing the column of her throat. "Remember the steel delivery. Remember the concrete cure time is 28 days, no matter what the foreman tells you." "I'll remember everything," he promised against her skin, a vow sealed in salt and sweat. "I'll remember the way you smell. Gun oil and Chanel now. 5. I'll remember the sound you make when, Bugsy, a warning. A grounding wire. Virginia, a prayer." They fell toward the narrow cot in the corner, the one she slept in during the 72-hour pause, the one with the army blankets and the pillow that smelled of dust and hair oil. It was narrow. Hard. Utterly devoid of romance. It was perfect. Later, the storm still raged, a muffled roar outside the steel ribs of their shelter. The generator hiccuped, the light fluttered, held. Virginia lay on her back, staring at the water-stained ceiling. Her breathing had normalized. Her heart rate, 62 beats per minute. Resting. Efficient. She felt the familiar post-coital clarity, the cool rush of rationality returning to the bloodstream. The ledger rebooted. Bugsy lay curled against her, an impossible large, warm weight. He was asleep, finally truly asleep, the manic engine finally cooled. His hand rested possessively on her hip. His breathing was deep, rhythmic. The face, relaxed in sleep, looked young. Vulnerable. Just a boy from Brooklyn who wanted the lights to never go out. She turned her head, studying the profile. The long lashes. The split knuckle on the hand resting on her. Asset, Benjamin Siegel. Status, volatile. Essential. Mine. Liability, emotional attachment. High. Mitigation, strict operational control. She reached for her glass on the floor beside the cot. The ice had melted. The whiskey was warm. She drank it anyway, the burn clean and sharp. She picked up the fountain pen she kept clipped to the clipboard on the floor. She pulled the clipboard up, balancing it on her raised knee. In the dim, flickering light, she wrote in the margins of the structural steel Phase 3 blueprint. Small, precise block letters. The handwriting of a surgeon stitching a wound. Storm cellar protocol established. Partnership formalized. Verbal contract. Witnessed by the desert. Terms, SHE provides structure. He provides vision. Exit clause, none. Sunk cost fallacy accepted. Risk factor, love unquantified. Monitor daily. She capped the pen. The scratch of the nib on paper was the only sound in the trailer besides the storm and the generator, and the breathing of the man who held the deed to her destruction in his calloused palm. She set the clipboard down. She slid down, careful not to wake him, pulling the scratchy army blanket over them both. The wool smelled of dust and him. She closed her eyes. For the first time in 10 years, the numbers in her head stopped scrolling. The columns balanced. The debit equaled the credit. 0. The house always wins. But tonight, the player held the cards. Outside, the desert screamed, scouring the foundation clean, preparing the ground for the monument. Chapter 6. The Bleeding Ledger entry. March 1946 project. Flamingo Hotel and Casino. Job 7734. Budget approved outfit. $1,200,000 budget approved bank. $2 million actual expenditure to date. $3,842,119.67 variance. Plus $2,642,119.67. $220% over outfit baseline. Projected final. $6 million plus status. Hemorrhaging. The desert wind didn't blow. It sandblasted. Virginia stood on the lip of the excavation, the fine, alkaline grit scouring the silk of her Hermes scarf, the exposed skin of her wrists. She wore white slacks, a tactical error she would not repeat. The dust turned the cuffs the color of dried bone within minutes. Below her, the Flamingo was less a building than a geometric argument. Steel I-beams stuck from the cured concrete footings like the ribs of a gutted fish, rusting already in the relentless sun. Mountains of lumber, Douglas fir, wartime priority AA1, requisitioned through Gusik's OPA connections, lay warping in the heat, sap weeping from the grain. Virginia. Dull. Look at the pitch on the main roof. Bugsy's voice cut the wind. He was 200 feet away, standing on a scaffold plank, waving a rolled set of blueprints like a baton. He wore a gabardine suit the color of burnt umber, $200 if it was a cent, and he didn't have a speck of dust on him. He never did. The dirt seemed to recognize a predator and step aside. She didn't wave back. She pulled a silver pencil from her purse, a mechanical propelling pencil, 0.5 lead, the only tool she trusted, and made a notation in the leather-bound memo book she palmed. Roof pitch change, 412 to 612. Structural steel refab. Add 18K steel, $4K labor, 3 weeks delay. Virginia! He was jogging now, boots clanging on the metal stairs welded to the skeleton, descending toward her with that terrifying, manic energy. The energy that built empires and blew brains out. It changes the sightlines from the gaming floor. The mountains. You see 'em. The spring mountains. They frame the jackpot. It's poetry. It's legacy. He stopped before her, breathless, smelling of Brill cream, expensive tobacco, and the copper tang of adrenaline. His eyes, those pale, shifting eyes, blue 1 minute, gray the next, scanned her face. Searching for the reflection of his own genius. Or maybe just the reflection of the money. It's a structural nightmare, Benny, she said. Her voice was flat, stripped of the southern lilt she deployed for senators and society matrons. This was the voice of the ledger. The load-bearing walls on the casino level weren't poured for a 60-degree pitch. Sedway Becker is already threatening to walk. His union men won't hang drywall on a roof that might pancake them. Bugsy laughed, a sharp bark that scattered a flock of ravens pecking at a dropped hot dog bun. Sedway. Becker. That's the problem with you, doll. You listen to the contractors. You listen to the unions. You listen to the accountants. He stepped close, invading the precise 6 inches of personal space she maintained like a demilitarized zone. I don't build for inspectors. I build for the ages. The pitch stays. Tell Becker to beef the trusses. Tell him it comes out of my pocket. Your pocket is my pocket, the ledger whispered in the back of her skull. And my pocket is the outfit's pocket. And the outfit's patience is a depreciating asset. Your pocket is currently $2.6 million in the red against the Chicago number, she said, capping the pencil. And $1.8 million in the red against the bank construction loan. If you change the trusses, you trigger a new stress calculation. That means new engineering stamps. That means the building and safety inspector, who is already being paid $500 a month to look the other way on the slot machine wiring, gets nervous. Nervous inspectors talk to the FBI. Bugsy's grin didn't falter. It widened, showing teeth too white, too even. Let them talk. We own the judge. We own the DA. We own the water board, Virginia. I had a drink with the water commissioner last night. We're getting a dedicated main off the Lake Mead line. Unlimited flow. Fountains, pools, air conditioning that works in August. That's the story. Not the pitch. The water. He reached out, a calloused finger brushing a smudge of dust from her cheekbone. The tenderness was a feint. The hand was calculating the tensile strength of her control. Go back to the trailer, he murmured. Cool off. I'll handle Becker. I'll handle the steel. You handle the numbers. Make them dance. You always make them dance. He turned before she could answer, already striding back toward the skeleton, shouting at a foreman about the curvature of the bar rail in the Flamingo room. Radius. I want a radius. Not a corner. Corners are for banks. This is a dream. Virginia watched him go. She exhaled, a long, silent release of pressure. She opened the memo book again. Contingency, roof redesign. Cost, $22,000. Source, skim schedule C, copper wire salvage. Offset, delay paint contract 14 days. Risk, high. Becker walks equals $50K penalty, plus 30 days. Decision, authorize. Charge to engineering revisions, Ledger B outfit. She snapped the book shut. The trailer, her office, her war room, her sanctuary, sat 50 yards west, a double-wide metal box baking in the sun. Inside, the air was thick with cigarette smoke, the hum of a generator, and the clatter of a Burroughs adding machine. Bill Wilkerson, the manager she'd poached from the Biltmore in Miami, sat at the desk nearest the door. He looked like a man who had aged 20 years in 6 months. His hair was thinning. His ulcer medication rattled in a pill bottle on the blotter. Mrs. Hill, he said, not looking up from the payroll sheets. The copper situation. Talk, 3 spools of 40 gauge. Gone from the locked container last night. Padlock cut. Clean. That's the 4th hit this month. The night watchman, Guzik's cousin, the one with the limp, saw nothing. Naturally, Virginia moved to the filing cabinet in the corner. It wasn't a cabinet. It was a Mosler safe disguised as a filing cabinet. She spun the dial. Left 42. Right 18. Left 61. The door swung open on silent hinges. Inside, 3 ledgers sat in a row. Identical black bindings. Identical gold leaf on the spines. Flamingo Construction Co. General Ledger. She pulled the leftmost one. Ledger A, the truth. Red ink only. The actual cost of every nail, every bribe, every stolen spool of copper. The money she skimmed, 5% off the top of the actual spend, funneled through a shell corporation in Panama, then Zurich, then a numbered account at the Union Bank of Switzerland. Her money. Her exit velocity. She pulled the middle one. Ledger B, the outfit. Blue ink. This showed a project struggling but controlled. Budget, $4 million. Contingencies managed. Unforeseen wartime material surcharges. A polite fiction Accardo and Guzik could present to the commission in Havana. It showed a profit projection by year 2. It showed loyalty. She pulled the rightmost one. Ledger C, the bank. Black ink. The fantasy presented to the Reconstruction Finance Corporation and the private syndicate of Utah Mormons fronting the construction loan. Budget, $2 million. Lean. Efficient. A model of post-war austerity. This one had no bribes, no skim, no Bugsy specials. This one kept the sheriff from padlocking the gate. She made the entry in Ledger A first. Copper theft, 40 gauge X3 spools. Loss, $1,200. Recovery, 0. Internal theft probability, 98%. Adjust skim schedule C down $600, $50% recovery assumption. Then Ledger B. Material variance, copper market fluctuation. Expense, $1,200. Charged to contingency reserve. Then Ledger C. No entry. The copper never existed in this world. She closed the safe. The click was the only sound in the trailer besides the generator. "Bill," she said, lighting a Chesterfield from the pack on the desk. "Fire the watchman. Hire 2 replacements. Split the shifts. Pay them double. Tell them the first spool that walks, they both walk into the desert." Am I clear? Clear. Wilkerson didn't ask why she didn't just call Guzik and have the thief disappeared. She handled the small leaks. The outfit handled the floods. That was the arrangement. And the paint contract, she added, blowing smoke toward the cracked window. Tell Sherwin-Williams we're pushing the delivery 2 weeks. Tell them if they complain, we cancel the order and go to Pittsburgh Plate Glass. Their Detroit plant is non-union. We'll truck it in. Detroit. That's a hell of a freight bill, Virginia. Freight is a line item bill. A stop job is a death sentence. Get it done. She left the trailer before he could answer, the heat hitting her like a physical wall again. She needed the cool dark of the car. The Duesenberg SJ, dust-caked now, a land yacht beached in a sea of sand. She slid behind the wheel, the leather burning her thighs through the silk slacks. She drove the 4 miles to 810 Linden Drive on autopilot, the desert blurring into the manicured lawns of Beverly Hills. The transition was always violent. The raw, honest ugliness of the build sight to the manicured, dishonest beauty of the rental. The house was Spanish colonial, white stucco, red tile roof, a courtyard fountain bubbling with chlorinated silence. It smelled of lemon oil, gardenias, and the faint, metallic ghost of Bugsy's gun oil. Inside, the silence was different. Heavier. She found him in the kitchen. It was the last place she expected him. Bugsy Siegel, the killer, the visionary, the madman, wearing an apron over his silk pajamas, navy blue, monogrammed B, S, stirring a pot of tomato sauce with a wooden spoon the size of a baseball bat. The kitchen was massive, commercial grade. Virginia had had the stove replaced with a 6-burner Vulcan range the first week. She had stocked the walk-in with San Marzano tomatoes by the case, garlic by the braid, pasta by the hundredweight. It was the only logistics chain she controlled completely. He looked up. The manic energy had drained, replaced by a domestic focus that was somehow more unsettling. "Onion," he said. "You have to cook the onion until it's sweet. Not brown. Sweet. That's the secret. My mother. Esta's mother. They used sugar. Cheating. Time is the only sweetener. Since when do you cook?" Virginia asked, hanging her scarf on the hall tree, kicking off her loafers. Bare feet on cool saltillo tile. "A luxury. Since the girls are coming tomorrow," he said. Millicent and Barbara, 12 and 9. Esta is bringing them out for the weekend. She wants them to see the project. The word dripped irony. I want them to eat something real. Not room service. Not the brown derby. Real. Virginia moved to the counter, picking up a paring knife, testing the edge against her thumb. Sharp. Good. She began dicing a garlic clove, the rhythm tap-tap-tap syncing with the simmer of the sauce. Esta knows, she said. It wasn't a question. Bugsy didn't stop stirring. Esta knows everything. She knew when I was 19 and knocking over pushcarts with Mayor. She knew when I put the bullet in Greenberg. She knows about the Flamingo. She knows about the money. She knows about you. The garlic hit the hot oil in the second pan. Sizzle. The scent exploded, sharp and golden. Does it matter? Virginia asked. It matters to her, Bugsy said quietly. She's the wife. She holds the title. The house in Scarsdale. The trust for the girls. The name. Siegel. She's the asset, Virginia. You said it yourself. She's the asset. I'm just the volatility. You're the principal, she corrected, scraping the garlic into the sauce. She's the collateral. Don't confuse the security with the loan. He laughed then, a low, rough sound. He set the spoon down and turned to face her, leaning back against the counter. The apron strings pulled tight across his chest. When did you get so cold? You used to be soft. In Chicago. With Guzik. You laughed at his jokes. I laughed at his jokes because he held the ledger, she said, wiping her hands on a towel. I don't laugh at jokes anymore, Benny. I audit them. He stepped closer. The heat radiating off him was stronger than the stove. Audit this. His hands cupped her face, calloused palms against her jaw. He kissed her, tasting of tomato, basil, nicotine, and something desperate. Not the merger of equals in the dust of the trailer. This was a withdrawal. A run on the bank. She kissed him back with equal ferocity, her fingers knotting in the silk of his pajamas, pulling him down to her level. The ledger vanished. The 3 sets of books burned to ash. There was only the math of skin and bone, the calculus of breath. Later, much later, the sauce reduced to a deep, ruby silence. They ate at the kitchen table. Paper plates. Virginia's rule. No servants in the house after 6 p.m. No witnesses to the domestic architecture. Millicent and Barbara arrived at noon the next day, a whirlwind of patent leather shoes, white socks, and matching yellow dresses. Esta Siegel followed them, small, bird-boned, wearing a tailored suit the color of dried blood, her face a mask of polite, exhausted tolerance. Virginia watched from the upstairs window, hidden behind the heavy damask drape. Bugsy met them on the driveway. He swept the girls up, one under each arm, spinning them until they shrieked. He kissed Esther on the cheek, chaste, formal, a handshake disguised as affection. Principal. Collateral. Volatility. Virginia touched the glass. Cold. She turned back to the room. The master bedroom. Her domain for the weekend. In the closet, behind the false back of the hatbox shelf, sat Ledger A. The truth. She had 5 minutes before she had to go downstairs and play hostess. Play the mistress of the house, while the wife sat 3 feet away at the dining table. She opened the hatbox. She didn't look at the numbers. She didn't need to. She knew the balance to the penny. She took a fountain pen, Waterman, 14K nib, filled with Parker Quink red, and wrote a single line on the blank page facing the final column. June 1946. Domestic interlude. Cost, priceless. Value, 0. Risk, total exposure. She closed the book. She smoothed her dress. She checked her lipstick in the mirror, Revlon, cherry in the snow. Perfect. She walked downstairs to pour the wine. Ledger entry, June 15, 1946 project. Flamingo Hotel and Casino, job 7734, budget approved outfit, $4 million, revised, budget approved bank, $2,500,000, revised additional Mormon syndicate tranche, actual expenditure to date, $5,120,400 variance, plus $1,120,400 outfit, plus $2,620,400 bank projected final, $6,200,000 skim schedule of Virginia Swiss, $256,020 YTD skim schedule B, outfit Chicago, $204,816 YTD, 4% gross, skim schedule C, copper steel salvage, $18,400 YTD contractor kickbacks, BECHER unions, $312,000 off BOOKS, status, terminal velocity approaching. Note, the wife saw the pool. SHE didn't blink. Neither did I. Chapter 7 Ledger entry, March 1947 account, Linden Drive operations, off-book debit, domestic staff overtime cook, maid, butler, $1,200 debit, champagne, piper HIDSACK, 34, 6 cases, $3,400 debit, fresh ORCHIDS, Cattleya air freighted from Hawaii, $850 credit, honey SIEGEL visitation, priceless liability, extreme balance. The equation, SHIFTS. The variable wife is no longer abstract. The Santa Ana winds didn't blow through Beverly Hills, they sandblasted it. They came howling down the canyons from the Mojave, hot and dry as a furnace breath, stripping the moisture from the bougainvillea and cracking the paint on the Spanish tile roofs. At 810 Linden Drive, the windows rattled in their frames, a constant, low percussion beneath the silence of the house. Virginia stood in the kitchen, her back to the Aga stove, watching the coffee percolate in a glass Chemex. The water hissed, a violent bubble rising through the grounds, releasing an aroma that cost $40 a pound. Jamaican Blue Mountain, smuggled in through the Union Terminal warehouses in New Orleans. She wore a cashmere twinset the color of wet sand, pearls at her throat, her hair pinned in a chignon that had survived the wind's assault. She looked, in the harsh morning light slicing through the floor-to-ceiling windows, like a woman who had never known a want she couldn't purchase. But her hands, resting on the marble countertop, were knotted tight. The knuckles were white. The ledger in her head, the one that never slept, never blurred, never forgave, was running a new column. Asset, honey Siegel. Liability, honey Siegel. Valuation, unknown. The kitchen door swung open. Not the heavy oak front door, announced by the butler, but the service entrance. The wind slammed it against the rubber stop with a crack like a gunshot. Esta, honey, crack where Siegel walked in. She didn't look like the wife of a man who burned through $6 million of syndicate money in the desert. She looked like what she was, a girl from the Williamsburg projects who had learned to wear poverty like a tailored suit. She wore a navy wool suit, expertly cut, the skirt hitting the calf with precision. Her shoes were low-heeled, practical leather. Her hair was a helmet of dark curls, unpinned, undyed, streaked with gray at the temples she didn't bother to hide. No mink. No diamonds. Just a string of pearls. Real, Virginia noted with a clinician's eye, graduated, probably a wedding gift from Bugsy's first big score. Honey carried a woven market basket. It smelled of rye bread, sharp onions, and something sweet, babka perhaps. She didn't scream. She didn't cry. She didn't clutch the doorframe. She set the basket on the butcher block table. Good morning, Virginia. Her voice was flat, stripped of the Brooklyn nasality Virginia remembered from the rare, awkward phone calls. It was the voice of a woman who had negotiated treaties with building superintendents and deli counters, now applied to the geopolitics of a mistress's kitchen. Honey, Virginia didn't turn from the Chemex. The coffee finished its bloom. She lifted the glass carafe, poured 2 cups, bone china, hand-painted Limoges, a set Bugsy had liberated from a commandeered freighter in 42. You're early. Bugsy said noon. Bugsy says a lot of things. Honey unloaded the basket with surgical efficiency. Rye on a wooden board. Butter in a crystal dish. A jar of schmaltz. He told me the Flamingo opens in June. He told me the plumbing works. He told me you're just the bookkeeper. Virginia turned, cup in hand. She blew on the steam. I am the bookkeeper. Among other things. The plumbing is a variable. The opening is a prayer. Honey picked up the second cup. She didn't add sugar. Didn't add cream. She held the hot china between palms that were red-knuckled, working-class hands that had scrubbed floors and pinned diapers, and typed invoices for a husband who signed his name with an X until Mayor Lansky taught him script. You keep the books, Honey said. She sipped. Her eyes, the color of cold flint, never left Virginia's face. I keep the name. Mrs. Benjamin Siegel. Scarsdale. 2 girls. Millicent. Barbara. They have his eyes. His temper. My luck. I know the girls, Virginia said. She had seen the photographs on the mantel in the living room. The one Bugsy turned face down when she entered the room, the one he turned face up when she left. They're beautiful. They're hostages. Honey set the cup down. The clink was loud in the wind. To the name. To the money. To the story that their father is a builder, not a butcher. You're the one who pays for the story, Virginia. The Flamingo. The desert. The chandeliers he picks out at 3 in the morning, while the concrete rots. You pay for it with the outfit's money. With your money, Virginia smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. I pay for it with math, Honey. The math works. Eventually, does it? Honey stepped closer. The air between them compressed, charged with the static of the Santa Anas. Because the math I see says 6 million gone. Says the Chicago boys are sending auditors. Says Mayor calls this house at midnight, and Bugsy screams into the receiver in Yiddish, so I won't understand. Says my husband sleeps in this bed. She gestured vaguely toward the hallway, the Spanish fortress, the pool beyond the glass that looked like an open grave. Maybe 2 nights a week. The rest of the time, he's in your trailer in the dust, or your bed here, planning a city for people who don't exist yet. Virginia sipped her coffee. Bitter. Perfect. He's a visionary. Visionaries don't keep bankers' hours. Visionaries get bullets, Honey said. The words fell like ledger entries. Debit, life. Credit, legend. You know that. You've seen the files. You've moved the money for the hits. You know how the syndicate amortizes a man. You depreciate him until the salvage value is 0, then you write him off. The silence stretched, filled only by the wind rattling the glass walls. The pool outside was a turquoise bruise in the landscape, the water choppy, whipped into whitecaps by the gale. Virginia set her cup down. She moved to the window, pressing her fingertips to the cold glass. The vibration of the wind hummed through her bones. You came all the way from Scarsdale to tell me my job is dangerous. I know the depreciation schedule, Honey. I wrote it. No. Honey came to stand beside her, shoulder to shoulder, 2 women framed in the vast window. Reflections superimposed. The predator in cashmere, the survivor in wool. I came to tell you the schedule has accelerated. The auditors aren't coming from Chicago. They're already here. They're in the walls. They're in the phone lines. Tony Accardo sent a message via Jake Guzik. Paul Ricca knows the exact figure of the skim. They know about the Swiss accounts. They know about the numbered company in Panama. Virginia's breath hitched. A micro-expression. A tightening at the jaw. The Panama account. The 3%. Mine. How? The word was a whisper, stripped of accent. Because the books balance, Virginia. Honey's voice softened terribly. That's the joke. The books always balance. That's what Jake taught you, isn't it? The only rule. But you kept 3 sets. The real one. The outfit one. The bank one. You forgot the 4th set. There is no 4th set. There is. Honey turned, facing her fully now. The flint in her eyes had melted into something terrifying. Pity. The set Bugsy keeps in his head. The one where he tells Mayor the overruns are your fault. The one where he tells Accardo the skim is my idea, to protect the girls. The one where he tells Lucky Luciano and Havana that you're the leak, that you're the variable he can't control, so that when the vote comes, and it's coming, Virginia, the vote is already cast, he can say, she made me do it. She's the architect. I'm just the dreamer. The wind screamed, a banshee wail around the eaves. The glass shuddered. Virginia's hand flew to her throat, fingers brushing the pearls. The vote. Havana. December. The minutes Becker slipped me in the matchbook. She had known. She had calculated the probability. But hearing it from the wife, hearing the mechanics of the betrayal articulated in the flat, unemotional tone of a woman balancing a household budget, changed the math. Variable, Bugsy's survival instinct. New value, ruthless. Correlation, inverse to affection. He loves me, Virginia said. The words tasted of ash. He needs me. I'm the only one who makes the numbers dance. He loves the dance, Honey corrected. He loves the risk. You're the net, Virginia. He jumps because he knows you'll catch him. But the syndicate, they don't want a net. They want the jumper to splatter. It cleans the ledger. And if you catch him, well, then they cut the net. Honey reached into her purse, a plain leather satchel worn at the corners, and withdrew an envelope. Thick. Cream stock. She held it out. What is this? $10,000. Cash. Non-sequential. From the household account, the one I balance, the one Bugsy thinks he hides from me. Honey's lip curled, a ghost of a smirk. I've been skimming the household budget for 15 years. Virginia. $5 here. 20 there. I bought war bonds. I bought a duplex in the Bronx. I have a nest egg that would make Jake Guzik weep with joy. This is yours. Walking away money. Paris money. The ticket you've already booked in your head. Virginia stared at the envelope. She didn't take it. 10,000. A rounding error on the Flamingo budget. A fortune to a girl from Lipscomb. Why? Virginia asked. Why save the mistress? The ledger says you eliminate the competition. Because the competition is the only thing keeping the asset liquid. Honey's voice hardened again. If you go, Bugsy collapses. He stops building. He starts drinking. He calls Lucky and cries. The Flamingo dies. The syndicate writes off the $6 million and the asset. My girls get nothing but a name on a tombstone and a mobster for a father. But if you stay, she pressed the envelope forward, forcing it into Virginia's unresisting fingers. You keep the plates spinning. You open the doors. You make the profit. You pay the vig. And when the bullet finds him, and it will find him, Virginia, we both know the ballistics of this life, you will be gone. In Paris. In Switzerland. Where the books are clean and the money is yours. She stepped back. The basket was empty. The rye bread sat on the board, an offering. I keep the name, Honey repeated. I keep the girls. I keep the house in Scarsdale. I keep the widow's pension. The syndicate will pay to keep me quiet. You keep the truth. You keep the money. You keep the life. You make it sound like a merger, Virginia said, the envelope burning cold against her palm. It is a merger. Honey turned for the door. She paused, hand on the knob. We both know how this ends. The only variable is who cashes out before the lights go dark. I cashed out the day I married him. You're just closing the deal now. The door slammed. The wind howled victory. Virginia stood alone in the kitchen of the Spanish fortress, the cream envelope heavy in her hand, the coffee going cold in the Limoges cups. She walked to the window again. The pool was a chaos of whitecaps. Beyond the hedges, the canyon yawned, a dark mouth swallowing the wind. Asset, Virginia Hill. Liability, Benjamin Siegel. Strategy, liquidation of liability. Preservation of asset. She looked at her reflection in the glass. The predator in cashmere. The girl from the red clay. The architect. She didn't cry. She didn't shake. She peeled the flap of the envelope back with a fingernail. Counted the bands. 10 bands of hundreds. Perfect. Crisp. New series. She turned to the counter, pulled a pen from her pocket, Mont Blanc, 149, gold nib, and wrote on the back of the envelope in the precise, tiny script of the ledger. Credit. H. Siegel, $10,000, exit capital. Note, purchase of silence. Purchase of time. Valuation, UN Dervalued. The wife is the sharpest operator in the syndicate. She tucked the envelope into the flour jar. Behind the false bottom, she had installed the weak Bugsy moved in. Next to the real ledger. Next to the Panama account numbers. Next to the one-way ticket to Paris, booked under the name Madame Benoit, departure June 16. She returned to the stove. Poured the cold coffee down the sink. Started a fresh Chemex. The water hissed. The grounds bloomed. The math was simple, really. The most elegant equation she had ever solved. Bugsy builds the monument. The syndicate pays the mortgage. Honey holds the deed. Virginia takes the equity. She stirred the coffee. Black. No sugar. No cream. The romance was over. The tragedy had just begun. And in the ledger, the ink was finally, permanently dry. Chapter 8, Havana Nights Ledger Entry, December 20, 1946, Hotel NACIONALDE Cuba account. Flamingo Hotel and Casino, construction draw 14 debit, $4,182,000 over budget / unsecured LOANS, credit, $0 revenue, pre-opening variance, $4,182,000, negative equity. Insolvency implied. Annotation, the house does not forgive debt. IT forecloses. The heat in Havana did not breathe, it pressed. It was a wet, heavy blanket thrown over the city, smelling of diesel exhaust, frying plantains, and the sickly sweet rot of mangoes falling in the Park Central. Inside the Hotel National, the air conditioning units rattled like consumptive lungs, fighting a losing war against the Caribbean swamp. Virginia Hill stood on the balcony of Suite 428, a glass of Bacardi 7-year in her hand, the ice long since surrendered to the ambient temperature. She wore a white silk crepe dress, cut on the bias to skim the hips, a Cartier Panther brooch pinned at the shoulder, the only armor she required. Below, the gardens sprawled toward the mail con, the seawall where waves crashed in white fury against the concrete, throwing spray 50 feet into the air. She didn't watch the sea. She watched the service entrance on Cal 21. A black Packard Clipper pulled up, tires crunching on gravel. The rear door opened before the chauffeur could round the hood. Jake Guzik stepped out first, his hat pulled low, a camel hair coat swallowing his small frame. He moved with the gait of a man carrying invisible weights, ledgers, bodies, the accumulated gravity of 20 years of silent partnership. Behind him came Tony Accardo. Joe Batters. The opera lover. The surgical knife. Accardo didn't look up at the balconies. He never did. He knew the sightlines, the snipers, the microphones. He walked straight into the lobby, his shoulders square, his face a mask of bureaucratic boredom. Guzik scuttled in his wake, a shadow holding a briefcase that didn't contain clothes. Virginia set the glass down on the wrought iron railing. The condensation left a perfect ring on the white paint. A watermark. Evidence. She turned back into the suite. The sitting room was a museum of tension. Bill Wilkerson, the Flamingo manager, sat on the edge of a Louis XVI chair, his fingers shredding a cocktail napkin into confetti. He looked like a man waiting for a biopsy result. Beside him, Sedway Becker, the contractor from Cleveland, the honest man Virginia had hired specifically because he couldn't be bought, then bought anyway, stood by the minibar, his back rigid. He held a matchbook in his right hand, turning it over and over. Hotel National de Cuba. Salon d'Ambassadors. Minutes, Virginia asked. Her voice was low, stripped of the Georgia drawl she deployed for senators and the breathy whisper she used for Bugsy. This was the voice of the ledger. Flat. Precise. Becker didn't look at her. His eyes stayed on the matchbook. They didn't take minutes, Virginia. Not officially. Accardo made that clear. No stenographers. No records. Just understandings. Then what's on the matchbook? Numbers. Votes. A timeline. Becker finally turned. His face was pale, the skin around his eyes raw. He looked like he'd aged a decade in the 48 hours since the conference convened. I was in the anteroom, servicing the coffee urn. Accardo left the door cracked when he took the call from Havana, Luciano's line from the national switchboard. I heard the tally. Virginia crossed the room. She didn't rush. Rushing implied anxiety. Anxiety implied uncertainty. She took the matchbook from his fingers. The cardboard was rough, struck once, the sulfur tip bitten off. In pencil, in Becker's cramped engineer's script, 3 columns of names. 4 continuance time loan. LANSKYCOSDLLO. Abstained, deferred to Chicago, 4 liquidation, asset recovery. ACCRDO RICCAGUZIK. Proxy vote, ACCARDO, tiebreaker/execution authorization. LANSKY, casting vote 122002, 14 HRS below the columns, a single line of arithmetic. $6.02 M invested. $0 return. ROI, negative. Order, terminate liability. Executor, TBD. Window, 90 DAYS max. Virginia read it once. Twice. She committed the graphite smudges to memory, the pressure of the pencil on the L of Lansky, heavy enough to tear the paper. The hesitation on executioner, TBD. She folded the matchbook. A perfect crease. She slipped it into the silk pocket of her dress, over her heart. 90 days, she said. March 20th, give or take, Becker whispered. Lansky. He fought Virginia. I heard him. He screamed at Accardo through the door. Said Bugsy was his brother. Said the Flamingo would pay out in 6 months. Said Becker stopped, swallowing hard. Said you could fix the books. That you were the only variable that balanced. Virginia's face didn't move. Mayer always did love a variable he couldn't solve. He cried, Becker said. The words hung in the air-conditioned chill, obscene in their intimacy. In the bathroom off the salon. I heard him vomiting. Dry heaves. Accardo waited outside, smoking a cigar. When Lansky came out, his eyes were red, but his signature was steady. Sentiment is a debit entry, Sedway, Virginia said. It never appears in the black. Mayer knows that better than anyone. He just forgets sometimes. When it's Benjamin, She walked to the window again. The Packard was gone. The conference was dissolving, the syndicate dispersing back to their respective kingdoms, New York, Chicago, Havana, Las Vegas, to await the trigger pull. "Wilkerson," she said, not turning. "Pack the car." "The Chrysler." "We leave for the airport in 20 minutes. Pan AM Clipper to Miami, connecting to Vegas." Tonight, Wilkerson squeaked. "Mrs. Hill, the storm front," the Pan AM radio said. "I don't care what the radio said. I care what the matchbook says. 90 days. We have 90 days to turn a $4 million hole into a profit center, or the asset, my asset, gets written off." She turned, her eyes flint. "And I don't write off assets, Bill. I collect them. What about Mr. Siegel?" Wilkerson asked, the question trembling on the edge of insubordination. Virginia smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. "Benny doesn't know yet. And he won't know. Not from me. Not from Mayor. Not from anyone until the books balance." She picked up her handbag, a structured Hermes Kelly bag, heavy with a .38 Smith & Wesson Chiefs Special and a compact mirrored powder case. "We're going home to build a miracle, Bill. Miracle workers don't sleep." The flight was a blur of prop noise and altitude sickness, the kind that sits behind the eyeballs. Virginia didn't sleep. She didn't read. She sat in the pressurized dark of the Stratoliner, her fingers steepled, running the numbers. Principal, $6,200,000. Outstanding Union Vig, $400,000, Teamsters Local 99 Williams. Materials skim, copper steel, $180,000, recoverable if Becker squeezes the subcontractors. Bugsy's design changes. The oval bar, the crystal chandeliers, the pink neon. $350,000 sunk cost. Non-recoverable. Emotional equity only. Projected monthly nut, payroll, interest, utilities, skim to Chicago, $220,000 month. Break-even daily handle, casino plus hotel plus F&B, $18,000 day. Current cash on hand, Virginia's Swiss conduit, $140,000. The math was brutal. It required a 40% increase in drop, zero cheating by the dealers, impossible, and a miracle of marketing to drag the Hollywood crowd away from the Clover Club and the Riverside. She needed to close the hotel for renovations the day after the grand opening flop. She needed to fire the chef, the pit boss, and the front desk manager. She needed to renegotiate the vig with Williams, break his knees if necessary, metaphorically or literally. She needed to install her own dealers, her own count room, her own drop boxes. And she needed to move her personal liquidity, $850,000 in bearer bonds and Swiss francs, out of the Flamingo safe and into the numbered account in Geneva before the hit went down. Because when the M1 carbine barked on Linden Drive, the outfit would freeze every asset with Bugsy's fingerprint on it. They would seize the books. They would find the second set. Unless the second set was already ash. The plane touched down at McCarran Field. Dirt runway, Quonset huts, the smell of creosote and jet fuel, at 03:00 local time. The desert cold hit her like a physical blow after the Havana stew, sharp and clean. It tasted like opportunity. A black Buick Roadmaster waited on the tarmac, headlights cutting the dark. Bill Wilkerson drove. Virginia sat in the back, the matchbook burning a hole in her pocket, heavier than the gun in her bag. The drive to 810 Linden Drive took 40 minutes through the sleeping city. Beverly Hills was a graveyard of Spanish tile and manicured hedges. The house loomed at the end of the cul-de-sac, a white stucco fortress with those floor-to-ceiling windows facing the canyon. The windows Bugsy loved. The windows that offered no cover, only a frame for the executioner's sight picture. Virginia had chosen this house. She had negotiated the lease. She had measured the sightlines herself. The Buick crunched up the driveway. The garage doors were closed. The house was dark, save for a single amber glow behind the living room drapes. He was up. Of course he was. Bugsy didn't sleep when the money was burning. Wilkerson killed the engine. Mrs. Hill. The grand opening is the day after tomorrow. The press is arriving. The heat is managed, Virginia cut him. Get the bags. Go to the Flamingo. Tell the night watchman I want the construction crew on double shifts at 600. The Oval Bar comes out. The chandeliers stay, too much sunk cost, but we strip the crystal, replace with glass. Saves $12K, looks the same in the dark. Tell Chef Adolf he's fired. I want the guy from the Brown Derby. And Bill, yes ma'am, check the linen closet in the master bedroom. Top shelf behind the towels. There's a tin box. Bring it to me at the site office tomorrow. Do not open it. Do not lose it. If you lose it, I will find you in whatever witness protection program you qualify for, and I will balance the ledger personally. Wilkerson nodded, pale in the dashboard light. He scrambled out. Virginia sat for a long moment, listening to the engine tick cool. She pulled the matchbook out, unfolded it, read the pencil arithmetic one last time in the dome light. LANSKY, casting vote. She struck a match, her own monogrammed book, VH, gold leaf on blue leather, and touched the flame to the corner of the cardboard. It caught instantly, burning blue then yellow, curling the edges, consuming the names, the numbers, the sentence. She held it until the flame licked her fingertips, a sharp, clean pain. She dropped the ash into the ashtray, grinding it out with the heel of her Ferragamo pump. Debit, 1 brother. Credit, 1 alibi. Balance, 0. She opened the car door and stepped into the desert night. The front door wasn't locked. It never was. Bugsy believed locks were for people who had something to hide. He had an empire, and empires don't bolt the door. The foyer smelled of expensive tobacco, stale whiskey, and the faint, metallic tang of adrenaline. The living room was a cavern of shadows thrown by the single-floor lamp. Bugsy sat in the leather chair, the throne, Virginia called it, facing the windows. He wore a charcoal silk robe over pajamas that cost more than a Ford coupe. A glass of bourbon sat on the table, untouched. A .45 automatic rested on the armrest, his long fingers draped casually around the grip. He didn't turn when the door clicked shut. He knew her gait. He knew the rhythm of her heartbeat, probably better than she did. Havana was loud, he said. His voice was raw, scraped raw by cigars and shouting, and the particular grief of betraying your only friend. The music. The women. The politicians. All screaming for a piece of the pie. The pie is a lie, Benny, Virginia said. She didn't take off her coat. She walked to the bar, poured 2 fingers of Cutty Sark into a clean glass, no ice. The pie is flour and apples and heat. What we have is the recipe. And the recipe is bleeding. He laughed, a short barking sound. Mayor cried. Did you know? Mayor Lansky. The accountant. The Iceman. He locked himself in the john and cried like a widow at a wake. Bugsy turned his head then, the profile sharp in the lamplight, the broken nose, the jawline that could cut glass, the eyes. Dark, frantic, brilliant. He voted to kill me, Jin. He signed the paper. He said, business is business, Bugsy. You're my brother, but the Flamingo is a corpse. Virginia sipped the whiskey. It burned clean. Mayor loves you. That's why he signed. If he didn't love you, he'd have you. He'd have let you bleed the outfit dry for another year. He signed to stop the bleeding. He signed to give you a deadline. A deadline! Bugsy stood up, the .45 coming with him, an extension of his hand. He stalked to the window, the gun loose at his side. 90 days. That's what Accardo said. Open by March, Bugsy. Profit by April. Or we close the book. 90 days to build Rome. I did it in a year. I can do it in 3 months. You're $4 million in the hole, Virginia said, following him, stopping 3 feet behind his shoulder. The unions are striking. The plumbing is backing up into the suites. The gaming license is provisional. The press is sharpening knives. And the syndicate has already hired the shooter. They're just waiting for the calendar to flip. Bugsy didn't flinch. Let them hire shooters. I've got shooters. I am a shooter. He pressed his forehead against the cold glass, looking out at the canyon lights. I had a dream, Jin. In the trailer. The first night. The sandstorm. I dreamed the lights went on, millions of them. Neon. Electric. A city that never sleeps, built on nothing but hope and mathematics. You were there. You were counting the money. You were smiling. I don't smile, she said softly. I calculate. You smiled that night, he insisted, turning, the gun rising instinctively, pointing at the ceiling, not at her. Never at her. You said, we did it, Benny. We beat them. That was a dream, Virginia said. This is the ledger. The grand opening is in 2 days. The heat doesn't work. The carpets are wet. The slot machines jam. The high rollers are staying at the last frontier. We are going to open, and we are going to fail publicly, spectacularly, expensively. And on day 3, I am going to padlock the doors. I am going to fire everyone. I am going to rewrite the operation from the foundation up. And you, she stepped closer, invading his space, the smell of gun oil and Old Spice and sweat, are going to let me. Bugsy's finger tightened on the trigger guard. The tendons in his forearm jumped. I'm the owner. I'm the vision. You're the help. Expensive help. The best help. But you don't give me orders, Virginia. You take dictation. Virginia reached out. She didn't touch the gun. She touched his wrist, her fingers cool and dry on the pulse hammering under the silk cuff. I give you the truth. The truth is, Mayor bought you 90 days. Accardo bought you 90 days. I am the only one who can spend them. But I need total authority. The keys to the count room. The vendor contracts. The payroll. The skim. Everything. You go be the star. Cut ribbons. Kiss starlets. Smile for the newsreels. I will build the bank. Bugsy stared at her hand on his wrist. The gun lowered slowly until it rested against his thigh. The manic energy drained from his face, replaced by a terrible, exhausted clarity. He looked 10 years older than the 39 on his birth certificate. You're leaving, he said. It wasn't a question. After the opening. You're going to Paris. You told me European financing. European financing is real, she said. Count de Roddy has contacts in the Swiss banks. The CIA has contacts in the French government. I need to move the liquid assets before the syndicate freezes the estate. If I don't, we both go down. The Flamingo gets seized by the IRS or the outfit, and your dream becomes a parking lot for a Howard Johnson's. And you, his voice cracked. You come back. Virginia withdrew her hand. The contact broken. The circuit open. I come back when the books balance, Benny. Not before. Not after. Exactly when. He holstered the .45 with a sharp snick. He looked at the window, the frame, the glass, the vulnerability. They'll come through there. You know that. The canyon side. No street noise. Clear shot from the bushes across the drive. Mayor knows I like the view. Accardo knows I like the view. You picked the house. I picked the house because you liked the view, Virginia said. She moved to the sofa, sitting down, crossing her legs, the picture of a woman waiting for a cocktail. I also had the bushes cleared yesterday. Wilkerson supervised. There's nowhere for a shooter to hide now. They'll have to come through the front door. Or the kitchen. And Wilkerson sleeps in the pantry with a 12-gauge. Bugsy let out a breath, a long, shuddering exhalation. He walked to the bar, poured a drink, downed it, poured another. You think of everything. I think of the variables, she corrected. The constants you may are the bullets, those I can't control. I just build the cage around them. He sat on the edge of the sofa beside her, close enough that the heat of him radiated through the silk of her dress. He took her hand, the one that had held the burning matchbook, the one that held the gun in her bag, the one that balanced the world. He turned it over, tracing the lifeline, the heart line, the head line. His fingers were rough, calloused from the gun, from the shovel, from the bricks he'd laid himself in the desert heat. Read me, he whispered. Tell me the future. Tell me the Flamingo stands. Tell me we win. Virginia looked at his face, beautiful, doomed, beloved. She saw the bullet hole in the forehead before it happened. She saw the eye on the cheesecloth. She saw the International Herald Tribune, headline in June. She saw the Salzburg snow. She saw the ledger. Final audit. Balance, 0. She leaned in and kissed him. Not the merger of the sandstorm. Not the desperate coupling of the construction trailer. This was a kiss of inventory. A cataloging. Tasting the bourbon, the blood, the gunpowder, the salt of the tears he wouldn't shed but she felt vibrating in his jaw. She pulled back, her eyes dry, her voice steady. The Flamingo stands, Benny, she said. The building stands. The lights stay on. The money flows. The city rises from the dust. And us? He asked, his thumb brushing her lower lip. She stood up, smoothing the white crepe dress. She picked up her handbag. She walked toward the stairs, the hallway, the bedroom where the tin box waited in the linen closet, where the Swiss bonds slept beside the .38. Us is the variable, she called back over her shoulder, her voice echoing in the high-ceilinged hall. Us is the risk. I don't bet on variables, Benny. I bet on the math. She reached the landing. She paused, looking back down at him, a king in exile on a leather throne, the desert wind rattling the windows he loved. Sleep now, Virginia Hill said. Tomorrow, we open the doors. The day after, we close them. And on the third day, we build the miracle. She climbed the stairs into the dark, leaving the window unguarded, the gate open, the math waiting in the dark. Chapter 9 Ledger Entry. December 26, 1946. The Flamingo Hotel and Casino, LAS Vegas, Nevada DBITS. Construction overruns final. $4,200,000 opening night comps, liquor food rooms. $18,450 celebrity talent fees, non-refundable. $42,000 emergency payroll, double time for Christmas. $9,600 total cash outflow, 48 HRS. $4,270,050 credits, gaming drop, tables plus slots. $0 room revenue, occupancy 0%. $0 bar revenue, cash bar, guests fled. $0 total cash inflow. $0 net position. $4,270,050 status, insolvent. The house is burning. The desert wind didn't blow through the Flamingo on opening night. It screamed. It tore at the pink stucco facade, rattling the floor-to-ceiling windows of the casino pit before the glass had even been properly seated in its rubber gaskets. Inside, the air was a toxic cocktail. Wet plaster dust, the sharp copper tang of fresh paint, the sickly sweet rot of carpets nailed down over concrete that hadn't cured, and the thick, choking smoke of 500 expensive cigars lit in desperation against the cold. Virginia stood on the mezzanine landing, a glass of warm champagne in a hand that didn't tremble. She wore a gown of black velvet, cut severe and high at the neck, her hair pinned in a rigid architecture of chestnut waves. She looked less like a hostess and more like a coroner attending a wake she had organized months in advance. Below her, the pink palace was bleeding out. The slot machines, Mill's Golden Nuggets, Jennings Chiefs, Pace Comets, sat silent as tombstones. Their coin hoppers were empty. The mechanics hadn't finished calibrating the payout springs. The felt on the 21 tables was loose, bubbling where the glue had failed in the heat, cards sticking to the damp surface. The roulette wheel in the center pit listed 3 degrees to port. The croupier, a nervous kid from Reno named Frankie, kept tapping the spindle with a fingertip, praying the ball wouldn't favor the lower quadrants. There was no heat. The massive boilers, spec'd for a hotel half this size, had coughed and died at 6:00 p.m. The temperature in the casino had plummeted to 42 degrees. Guests, movie stars, studio heads, mob wives in mink, journalists in fedora hats, huddled in the lobby, clutching complimentary drinks served in plastic cups because the dishwasher had flooded the kitchen, shattering the entire inventory of Baccarat crystal. Virginia scanned the room with the cold precision of a sniper. There, Cary Grant, looking furious in a tuxedo that cost more than the boiler, huddling next to a portable space heater that smelled of singed dust. There, George Raft, leaning against a pillar, his eyes flat, scanning the exits. He knew. They all knew. The smart money didn't stay for the ribbon cutting. It watched the door. The only sound, louder than the wind, was Bugsy. He was in the center of the lobby, a whirlwind in a $600 sharkskin suit, his face flushed a mottled red, veins standing like ropes at his temples. He wasn't greeting guests. He was fighting the building. "The carpets!" Bugsy roared, his voice cracking over the din, gesturing with a highball glass that sloshed rye onto the napalmed felt of a nearby blackjack table. They nailed it down wet. Wet Virginia. The glue eats the backing. It smells like a swamp. In my casino. My dream. He stalked past a cluster of showgirls shivering in feathers, grabbing a passing waiter by the lapels. Where is the heat? I want heat. I want the boilers running, or I want the engineer's head on a pike. Mr. Siegel, please, the waiter stammered, eyes wide. Get out, Bugsy threw the glass. It shattered against a marble column, spraying amber liquid onto a potted palm that had been dead for 3 days. Virginia set her champagne flute down on the banister. The crystal made a tiny, precise click against the marble. It was the only sound of order in the chaos. She descended the stairs, her heels clicking a metronome rhythm on the warped risers. She moved through the panic like a shark through chum, invisible, inevitable. She intercepted Bugsy at the foot of the grand staircase, where the crushed velvet ropes meant to guide the VIP line had been trampled into the damp carpet. "Benjamin," she said. Her voice was low, pitched below the frequency of the wind. "Stop!" He spun, wild-eyed, the mania that lived in the synapses behind his blue irises fully in command. The visionary was gone. The killer stood in his place, the boy from Brooklyn who killed for love and money and the sheer joy of the noise. "Don't Benjamin me, doll," he spat, flecks of spittle landing on her velvet shoulder. "Look at it. Look what they did to me. The unions, the Teamsters, the concrete. They stole it. $6 million. $6 million, and I got a refrigerator with a chandelier." He jerked his thumb toward the casino pit. "The slots don't pay. The wheel is bent. The felt is wet. It's a joke, Virginia. A goddamn punchline. Lansky is laughing in Havana. Accardo is counting the loss in Chicago. I am the joke. Bugsy," she said, stepping into his space, invading the violence. She smelled the cheap rye, the expensive cologne, the sulfur of his sweat. "Look at me," I don't want to look at you. I want to burn it down. I'll burn the whole fucking desert down. He reached into his waistband. The movement was instinctive, fluid, the muscle memory of 1,000 hits. Virginia didn't flinch. She had seen the nickel-plated .38 Super 1,000 times. She had cleaned it, oiled it, hidden it in the flour jar at Linden Drive. His fingers closed on the grip. Bugsy, she said, and the word was a whip. If you pull that piece in this lobby, with 50 witnesses and the press corps from the Lowe's Angels Times, the only thing opening tomorrow is your indictment. Put it away. His hand froze on the steel. The mania flickered, warring with the animal instinct for survival that was the only thing older than his madness. They laughed at me, he whispered, the rage collapsing into a terrible, childish hurt. Virginia, they laughed. Then make them pay, she said, her voice dropping to a murmur intimate and lethal. But not tonight. Not with a gun. You make them pay by opening the doors tomorrow with heat and cold drinks and a wheel that spins true. You are the asset, Benjamin. I am the operator. Operate. She reached up, her gloved fingers closing over his hand on the gun grip. Her touch was ice through the wool. Give it to me. For a second, the desert wind howled through the broken seals of the windows. The slot machine sat mute. The roulette ball rattled in a pocket, unclaimed. Bugsy's shoulders slumped. The killer receded, leaving the exhausted, bipolar boy in the wreckage. He pulled the .38 free and pressed it into her palm, grip first. Trust. Absolute, terrifying trust. Good, she whispered. Now get in the car. I can't, he moaned, pressing the heels of his palms against his eyes. I can't go back out there. The cars. The lights. My head is splitting. Virginia didn't argue. She didn't comfort. She managed. Bill, she snapped over her shoulder. Bill Wilkerson materialized from the shadows near the front desk, his face pale, his tuxedo collar wilting. Miss Hill, get the Packard around the side entrance. Engine running. Heat on. Now, right. Yes, she turned back to Bugsy. She didn't take his arm. She took his elbow, her fingers digging into the shark skin, steering him like a piece of heavy machinery. Walk, she commanded. Left foot. Right foot. Don't look at the carpet. Don't look at the guests. Look at my shoulder. Count the steps. She marched him through the service corridor, past the kitchen where the staff were weeping into sinks, past the laundry room where the wet linens steamed in the cold. She shoved him into the back seat of the idling Packard, climbing in after him, the heavy door sealing out the nightmare. Drive, she told Wilkerson through the partition window. Linden Drive. Fast. The car lurched forward, the V12 purring a smooth counterpoint to the chaos they left behind. Bugsy curled against the leather, trembling. His hands shook, the fine motor control gone, the adrenaline crash hitting him like a physical blow. Virginia reached into her evening bag, not for a compact, not for lipstick. She retrieved a small amber glass bottle, stoppered with wax. Phenobarbital. She kept a supply in the desk drawer of the site office, in the glove compartment of the Duesenberg, in the flour jar. The pharmacology of survival. Open, she ordered. He didn't resist. He parted his lips like a child. She tipped 2 tablets onto her tongue, crushing them to powder between her molars, then leaned over him, her mouth covering his, forcing the bitter dust down his throat with the wash of the rye still coating her own tongue. It was not a kiss. It was a medical procedure. A intubation of the soul. Swallow, she commanded against his lips. He swallowed. His body convulsed once, a full-body shudder, then went limp, heavy as lead. Good, she said, wiping her mouth with the back of her glove. Sleep now. The operator is driving. She watched his eyelids flutter, the pupils dilating as the barbiturate hit the blood-brain barrier, damping the electrical storm. The trembling stopped. The breathing deepened, rhythmic, mechanical. Virginia leaned back against the leather, the adrenaline in her own veins transmuting into a cold, clear focus. She looked out the window at the desert flashing by, Joshua trees stark against the moon, the ribbon of highway stretching toward the city lights. She did not look at the man, sleeping with his head in her lap. She looked at the numbers scrolling behind her eyes. $4.27 million in the hole. Zero revenue. The outfit expects a 20% return on the $6 by Q247. Impossible. Unless. Her hand drifted to the inside pocket of her coat, touching the thin leather ledger book she carried everywhere. The real book. The one with the red cover. She had been skimming 5% off the construction draws for 18 months. Cash moved through the race wire, washed through the slot routes in Chicago, landed in a numbered account at the Union Bank of Switzerland, Zurich. Account 44,912. Current balance, $312,000. Not enough. Not nearly enough for a life in Paris, for the chalet in Salzburg, for the silence she needed. But the Flamingo would make money. Eventually. The math was inexorable. The house percentage on the tables, the volume of the slots, the hotel occupancy. Vegas was a geometric progression. If she could hold it together for 6 months, the skim would accelerate. $10K a week. $20K. But Bugsy won't last 6 months. The vote in Havana. The matchbook code Becker had slipped her in the men's room at the National. Execution authorized. Lansky tie-break. 30 days. 26 days ago. She had maybe 4 days left before the contract was executed. 4 days to turn the Flamingo from a corpse into a cash cow, or the outfit would send a cleaner for the asset, and the operator would be collateral damage. Unless the operator becomes the alibi. The thought crystallized, sharp and faceted as a diamond. If she was there, she was a witness. A liability. A woman who knew the books, the skim, the Swiss account, the Havana vote. If she was gone, on a financing trip to Europe, she was an alibi. Her absence proved the hit was sanctioned from above. She wouldn't leave him unprotected unless she knew. I am the variable, she thought, the ledger voice cold and silent in her skull. I solve the equation by removing myself from it. The Packard turned the corner onto Linden Drive. The Spanish-style fortress loomed, dark and silent, the windows of the living room staring blank as skulls over the pool. She stroked Bugsy's hair once. A gesture of possession, not tenderness. My masterpiece. My cage. Wake up, Benjamin, she whispered. We're home. You have a headache. You took your medicine. You slept in the car. You don't remember the gun. You don't remember the lobby. You open the hotel in 2 weeks. You make the nut. Do you understand? He murmured something unintelligible, burrowing deeper into the leather. Good, she said. The operator has work to do. She slipped out of the car before Wilkerson could open the door, moving up the flagstone path with the silent tread of a cat burglar. She let herself in through the kitchen, bypassing the grand foyer. The house smelled of old leather, lemon oil, and the ghost of Honey's perfume, Shalimar lingering in the drapes from her visit 2 weeks prior. The wife's shadow. The legitimate asset. Virginia went straight to her office, the second bedroom converted into a command center. Maps of Vegas zoning covered one wall. A whiteboard tracked the subcontractor payoffs. A safe, bolted to the floor joists, held the red ledger and the .38 super. She sat at the steel desk, pulled the ledger toward her. She didn't turn on the lamp. The moonlight through the window, she wrote by the light of the desert moon, her fountain pen scratching the onion skin paper in a neat, architectural hand. Debit, opening night disaster. Cash outflow, 4.27 M. Credit, asset neutralized. Operator, ASSUMES control. Action item 1, close hotel. Renovations, by 60 days. Action item 2, accelerate skim. Target, $50K WK to Swiss ACCT, 44,912. Action item 3, book passage. SS Liberté, LEHAVRE, June 16. Action item 4, inform Bugsy. European financing, the lie that SAVES US both. She capped the pen. The ink dried instantly in the dry air. She opened the safe, returned the red ledger, placed the .38 super on the velvet lining beside it. She spun the dial. The tumblers fell with a sound like a tomb ceiling. Then she went to the kitchen, poured a glass of cold water, and stood at the sink, looking out the window over the pool. The water was black, still, reflecting the stars. No ripples. No noise. She drank the water in one long swallow. The house always wins, the ledger whispered. But first, the house must survive the night. She checked her watch. 3:14 a.m. She had 4 hours to call the union heads, the contractors, the linen supply company. She had to invent a structural defect in the north wing that required immediate closure. She had to fire the boiler contractor and hire a new one at triple the rate, paid in cash from the skim. She had to call Jake Guzik in Chicago and lie to his face about the opening night gross, telling him the private preview was a qualitative success while the quantitative data was being audited. She had to become the Flamingo. Virginia Hill, the queen of the mob, the operator, the ghost in the machine. She set the glass down. The crystal rang in the quiet kitchen, a pure high note. Then she walked to the hallway telephone, lifted the receiver, and began to dial. Chapter 10, Ledger Entry, May 1947 account. Flamingo Hotel and Casino, operating statement revenue, gaming. $412,800 revenue, ROOMS F&B. $87,200 total gross, $500,000 week less. Payroll legit, $42,000 less. Payroll skim no-show, $18,500 less. Debt service Chicago note at 18%, $65,000 less. Debt service bank note at 6%, $12,000 less. Kickbacks, UNIONS inspectors, $22,000 net operating income before syndicate tax, $340,500 syndicate tax, 40%, $136,200 Virginia Hill management fee, 5% gross, $25,000 residual to be. SIEGEL draw, $10,000 residual to numbered account Z447, Zurich, $169,300 balance, 0. The house always wins. The desert didn't forgive. It only paused. Virginia stood on the roof of the Flamingo's main tower, the May wind tearing at her silk headscarf, and watched the money walk in through the front doors. 2 months ago, this roof had been plywood and prayer. Tonight, the neon flamingo sputtered pink against the bruising purple sky. Flames. Feathers. A bird that burns itself alive to stay warm. And the drop from the tables was a river she had dammed, diverted, and made navigable. $100,000 a week. Clean. Countable. The kind of number that made men in Chicago wear heavier coats and lighter consciences. She lit a Chesterfield, cupping the flame against the wind. The smoke tasted of dust and diesel and the particular metallic tang of winning. Doll, you're gonna catch pneumonia up here. Or worse, some reporter with a telephoto lens. Bugsy's voice came from the stairwell door before he did. He emerged in a charcoal sharkskin suit, shirt unbuttoned at the collar, tie loosened with the precise carelessness of a man who had never once in his life been told no by a tailor. His hair was slicked back, wet from a shower. He smelled of bay rum and adrenaline. He looked whole. That was the terrifying part. Pneumonia implies I have lungs left to infect Benny. She didn't turn. The reporters are all at the Sands. Jimmy Durante is doing 3 shows a night. We're old news. Again, old news pays the vig. He stepped beside her, close enough that his shoulder brushed hers. The heat radiating off him was furnace-grade. Look at it, Virginia. Look, she did. The parking lot was a chrome forest. Cadillacs, Lincolns, a few Packards with out-of state plates. The pool glowed turquoise underwater lights, a jewel set in concrete. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the casino floor, she could see the blackjack tables 3 deep, the craps games roaring, the roulette wheels spinning hypnotic circles of ivory and red and black. The showroom had sold at the second showing of the Copa Girls. The kitchen was running 86 covers an hour. A miracle built on Croatian concrete, Teamster steel, and her own particular genius for making arithmetic behave. We didn't beat them, Benny. She exhaled smoke sideways. We bought time. There's a difference. Time is all there is. He turned to face her, and his eyes, those dangerous, shifting eyes, blue as a gas flame, searched her face. The wire from Chicago came this morning. Accardo's office. Congratulations, ON profitability. Continue current trajectory. Further instructions forthcoming. Forthcoming is the word that keeps me awake. Ah, stop. He reached up, caught a lock of dark hair that had escaped her scarf, tucked it behind her ear. His fingers were warm, calloused, gentle in a way that made her throat tight. You've been running on adrenaline and benzodrine and pure spite for 18 months. Let yourself feel it. We did it. The Flamingo lives. I live, the words hung between them. I live. As if the Havana vote had never happened. As if the minutes Becker had smuggled out in a matchbook, execution authorized. LNSKY casting deciding vote. Effective upon completion of audit, were ash in the wind. The audit was complete. The Flamingo was profitable. The clock had not stopped ticking. It had simply grown quieter. Benny, she caught his hand, held it against her cheek for a fraction of a second, allowing herself the contact, the warmth, the proof, then dropped it. The VIG is 40%. The Chicago note carries 18. The bank note is callable on 30 days' notice. The unions want a piece of the skim and a piece of the legit payroll. The Teamsters pension fund is 3 months behind on its loan to us, and Hoffa sends his regards via a man named Moe who carries a straight razor in his boot. Details. You eat details for breakfast. I digest details for breakfast. I shit solvency. But solvency is not safety. She turned fully to face him, the neon painting his face in strips of pink and shadow. The syndicate doesn't forgive profitability, Benny. It requires it. And when the requirement is met, the requirement changes. They voted. In Havana. I know you know. Lansky told me. Lansky told you what he needed you to hear so you'd keep building. He wept in the bathroom of the National, but his vote was yes. Don't confuse grief with innocence. Bugsy's jaw tightened. The muscle at his temple jumped. For a second, the mask slipped. The shark, the killer, the boy from Brooklyn who believed he could build a cathedral out of sin, and she saw the fear beneath. Not of death. He'd made peace with death before he was 20. Fear of erasure. Of the monument crumbling before the mortar cured. Then why are you still here? His voice was low, rough. Why haven't you run? You've got the Swiss accounts. The Paris contact. The exit strategy you've been drafting since Chicago. Because the operator doesn't leave the machine until the flywheel spins true. She stepped back, creating distance. The AC system is balanced. The skim is invisible. The books, all 3 sets, reconcile to the penny. Wilkerson can run the floor. Becker can manage the contractors. The only variable left is you, Me. You. The windows. The doors. The strangers at the bar. She met his eyes, unflinching. You stay inside. You keep the drapes drawn. You don't walk the floor alone. You don't answer the phone in the middle of the night. You let Wilkerson handle the high rollers. You let me handle Chicago. You survive. And you, she smiled then, a tight, thin thing that didn't reach her eyes. I'm going to Paris. Tuesday. One way on the Constellation. The silence stretched, filled only by the wind and the distant thump of the showroom bass. Paris! He repeated it like a foreign currency he couldn't convert. The European financing. The Swiss banks. That's what you told Ricardo. That's what you told me. I tell everyone what they need to hear. It's the only language that matters. Virginia! He said her full name. Never Jin, never doll, never the dozen diminutives he used in bed or in battle. Virginia. The name on the ledger. The name on the passport. The name she had chosen. Don't what, don't go. Not now. Not when, he stopped. Swallowed. The vulnerability was a crack in bedrock. Stay. Please. We'll figure the rest. We always do. The ledger in her mind flipped pages. Debit, one exit strategy delayed. Credit, one dangerous man placated. Risk, incalculable. I have a reservation at the Ritz. A meeting with Count de Roddy. The CIA wants a debrief on Capital Flight through the French casinos. The outfit wants eyes on the European gaming commissions. She recited the itinerary like a prayer. 3 weeks. 4 at most. I'll wire you daily. The numbers will be clean. The skim will hold. 3 weeks, his laugh was jagged. You'll be gone 3 months. Or 30 years. You'll meet a count, or a colonel, or a cabinet minister. You'll learn to ski in the Alps. You'll forget the sound the dice make on felt. I never forget the sound the dice make. Her voice hardened. That sound paid for your dream. It paid for this roof. It pays for the bullet that has your name on it, whenever, wherever, whoever pulls the trigger. Then let me come with you. Benny. She moved closer, invading his space, forcing him to look down at her. You are the asset. I am the operator. Operators don't take assets to Paris. Operators secure assets. Here. In the desert. Behind locked doors and drawn drapes. I'm not an asset. I'm a man. You're man. Men get killed. Assets get managed. Learn the difference before it kills you. She reached into her handbag, the structured Hermes crocodile, a gift from a union boss she'd broken, and withdrew an envelope. Thick. Cream-colored. Unsealed. 5,000 cash. For the household. For the girls. For honey, if you're feeling penitent. She pressed it into his palm, closing his fingers over it. The rest is in the flower jar. The combination to the Zurich account is in the blue book in the false bottom of your dresser drawer. Memorize it. Burn the book. His hand closed around the envelope, crushing it. You're giving me your numbers. I'm giving you insurance. There's a difference. Virginia, keep the windows closed, Benny. The words came out softer than she intended, edged with something she refused to name. The desert wind carries more than sand. It carries sound. It carries scent. It carries the trajectory of a bullet fired from 300 yards. The living room window at Linden Drive, keep it shut. The bedroom window shut. The car windows up. Always. No exceptions. No, just for a minute. No, I need air. You breathe recycled air until I come back. Do you understand me? His throat worked. The blue eyes held hers, desperate, defiant, loving, doomed. I understand. Say it. I'll keep the windows closed. I'll stay inside. I'll let Wilkerson run the floor. I'll let you handle Chicago. I'll survive. Good. She released his hand, stepped back. The professional mask slid back into place, seamless as a vault door. The car leaves for the airport at 600 Tuesday. I'll call you from the plane. Don't answer if the line isn't secure. Use the code. The concrete cure time is 28 days, means the coast is clear. The M1 carbine group's tight at 100 yards means run. I know the codes. I wrote half of them, then use them. Tuesday. 4 weeks. 5 at the outside. She turned toward the stairwell door, heels clicking on the tar paper roof. Virginia, she paused. Didn't turn. When you come back, his voice cracked just slightly. Bring me a postcard. From the Eiffel Tower. Something touristy. Something stupid. The wind stole her breath for a moment. The ledger wavered debit, one heart partially exposed. Credit, one promise unenforceable. I'll bring you the tower itself if I can figure the shipping, she said, and her voice was steady. Keep the windows closed, Benny. She walked through the door and down the steel stairs, each step echoing in the shaft like a hammer on an anvil. Behind her, the neon flamingo flickered, pink, pink, dark pink, casting its frantic light across a desert that had never asked for a miracle, only money. The drive back to Lowe's Angels was a meditation on velocity. Wilkerson drove the Packard, steady hands, watchful eyes, the silence of a man who knew better than to fill it. The desert unspooled beside them. Joshua trees like crucified prophets, the occasional coyote slipping between headlights, the long straightaways where the heat shimmered in advance of the tires. Virginia rode in the back, the ledger book open on her lap. Not the Flamingo ledger. That lived in the flower jar, in the blue book, in the numbered account. This was her ledger. The one no one else saw. The one written in pencil, because ink was permanent, and permanence was a trap. Paris Fund, Z447, $1,412,800 Lipscomb House, Mother, $18,000 paid in full DUSNBRG, $22,000 sold to ACCRDO's nephew, $19,500 net, emergency cash, safe deposit, Vegas, $47,000 emergency cash, safe deposit, LA, $31,000 emergency cash, safe deposit, Kai, $22,000 total liquid. $1,552,800 ESD. 19 years AT current burn rate, INCL. Inflation, legal medical contingency, B. SIEGEL termination equals immediate freeze of outbound WIRES contingency. OUTSIZURE equals 40% loss via Swiss compliance contingency. DIROTTI betrayal equals total loss contingency. CIA recruitment equals priceless leverage. She closed the book. The pencil went into her bag. The numbers would wait. They always waited. They were the only things that did. Lowe's Angels swallowed them whole. The sprawl, the smog, the palm trees shedding fronds like dead skin. Linden Drive appeared behind its gates, the Spanish fortress silent behind drawn drapes. Good. He had listened. For tonight. Wilkerson pulled into the circular drive. The housekeeper, Maria, appeared at the kitchen door, small, dark, crossed herself when she saw Virginia's face. La Bruja. La Santa. The witch. The saint. Virginia had heard the whispers. She paid Maria triple and never corrected her. Ma'am. Mr. Siegel is in the study. He asked for whiskey. Neat. Third glass, Virginia nodded. Go home, Maria. Take tomorrow off. Tell your husband the Flamingo sends its regards. God bless you, ma'am. God bless the children. Debit, one loyal servant. Credit, one afternoon of peace. Balance, acceptable. She climbed the stairs to the second floor, her hand brushing the banister, mahogany carved, cool against her palm. The master bedroom was at the end of the hall. The study was 2 doors down. She paused at the study door. Through the wood, she heard the clink of ice, the pour of liquid, the sharp exhale of a man drinking against the dark. Keep the windows closed, Benny. She didn't knock. Didn't enter. She walked past, to the master bedroom, to the vanity where her toiletries sat beside his, her cold cream next to his bay rum, her hairpins next to his cufflinks. The intimacy of objects. The archaeology of a shared life built on borrowed time. She opened the flower jar in the kitchenette off the bedroom. The false bottom yielded the blue book. She opened it, verified the Zurich combination, memorized it again, 38-12-44-09-27, and returned it. The cash envelope in the study drawer. The passport in the safe behind the Van Cleef and Arpels clip. Tuesday. 600. Constellation Flight 7. One way. She changed into a cotton nightgown, washed her face, brushed her hair 100 strokes, discipline, always discipline, and slid into the bed with the crisp Egyptian sheets. The window was shut. The drapes were drawn. The desert wind howled against the glass, a wolf at the door. She lay in the dark, listening to the house breathe. The refrigerator cycling. The pipes settling. Somewhere downstairs, a glass set down on a desk. A chair scraping. The soft, broken sound of a man weeping or laughing. With Bugsy, they were the same sound. Debit, 1 night survived. Credit, 1 ticket purchased. Balance, 0. She closed her eyes and saw the ledger, columns stretching into infinity, each entry a brick in the wall she was building between Bugsy and the bullet. The wall was tall. The wall was thick. The wall was made of numbers, and numbers did not bleed. But the mortar was made of something else. Something that smelled of bay rum and gun oil, and the desert after rain. Something that cracked, no matter how carefully she mixed it. I'll be back before the dust settles, Benny. The lie tasted like ash. The truth was worse. She would come back or she wouldn't, and either way the bullet was already in flight. Sleep took her in fragments, numbers and neon, a pink flamingo burning in the dark, a window shattering in slow motion, glass falling like diamonds onto a Persian rug. She didn't dream of Paris. She never dreamed of Paris. Ledger entry, June 16, 1947 account. Virginia Hill personal expense. Trois Constellation Flight 7 LAS Vegas right arrow New York right arrow Paris. $1,200 expense. Ritz Paris Suite 412 30 days prepaid. $18,500 expense. Count DIROTTI retainer legal/intel. $50,000 expense. Swiss Bank CORP Zurich. Wire fee. $450 expense. Emergency cash carry-on. $25,000 total outlay. $95,150 source. Flamingo management fees, JAN, May 1947. $375,000 net position. $1,830,450 liquid note. B. SIGL last contact 545 HRS. Windows confirmed closed. Dust settling. Next entry, Paris. June 20. International Herald Tribune. Balance pending. Chapter 11 ledger entry. June 16, 1947 account. Paris operations/nest egg fund debit. Travel and accommodation Ritz Suite 302, $1,200 debit. Legal fees DIROTTI retainer, 15,000 credit. Flamingo skim May final week. 47,800 credit. Havana laundry return net. $220,000 balance forward. $1,142,600. Swiss account Z4491 note. Asset B. SIGL left unhedged. Market volatility, extreme. The rain in Paris didn't fall, it hovered. A fine, gray suspension of vapor that blurred the edges of the Haussmann facades, and turned the gas lamps on the place Vendome into halos of wet light. It was a weather made for secrets, the kind that seeped into wool coats and curled the edges of documents left too long on a balcony railing. Virginia stood at the tall window of Suite 302 at the Ritz, her fingertips resting on the cold glass. The reflection superimposed her face over the wet cobblestones below, a pale oval, eyes the color of flint, a mouth painted a red so precise it looked architectural. She wore a Mainbacher suit in dove gray, the skirt kissing the knee, the jacket nipped at a waist that had not thickened despite the rich sauces and the stress. Her hands, the surgeon's hands Guzik had once admired, were bare. No gloves. She liked to feel the temperature of the world. Behind her, the sweet-breathed money. Thick Aubusson carpet swallowed sound. Crystal chandeliers threw fractured rainbows against silk damask walls. A silver service on a Louis XV table held a bottle of 1928 Krug, the wire cage already twisted off, the cork resting beside a single flute. The bubbles rose in furious, silent columns. "You are watching the rain like a woman expecting a flood, Kara." The voice was cultured, viscous, edged with the clipped vowels of the Veneto aristocracy, filtered through years of Swiss finishing schools and Lisbon intrigue. Count Carlo di Rotti didn't enter a room. He materialized in the displacement of air, a phantom in a double-breasted navy blazer and a tie the color of dried blood. Virginia didn't turn. The sun is rising. 3 centimeters in the last hour. I measured the watermark on the Pont Neuf pilings from the car. Hydrology. Always the measurable variable. Di Rotti crossed to the sideboard, poured himself a champagne without asking, the liquid gold catching the light. "You Americans. You believe if you quantify the chaos, you own it. I believe if I quantify it, I can price it." She turned finally, the movement fluid, economical. "And I know exactly what this rain costs. It costs me a day of drying time for the microfilm in the lining of my trench coat. It costs the CIA station chief a wet trench coat of his own, which makes him irritable. Irritable men make mistakes in transmission codes." Di Rotti smiled, a flash of capped teeth. "The station chief, Bill Harvey, is it? He is not a man who makes mistakes. He is a man who makes bodies disappear. He is very fond of you, Virginia. Or he is fond of what you carry in that lovely head of yours. Bill Harvey is fond of his pension and his clearance," she corrected, taking the flute he offered her. The champagne was knife cold, tasting of brioche and high acidity. "He tolerates me because I delivered the Abwehr payroll records from the Swiss banks before the Soviets could bid on them. I am a merchant, Carlo. He is a customer. We negotiate. Merchant," he sipped, studying her over the rim. "Is that what we call it now? Selling the anatomy of the syndicate to the highest bidder. The OSS, the CIA, the SDECE. You have danced with all of them. And yet, you keep the best secrets for yourself. The Flamingo books. The Havana conference minutes. The location of the numbered accounts in Liechtenstein." Virginia set the flute down on a coaster with a sharp click. "I keep the secrets that ensure my survival. The rest is inventory." Speaking of inventory, yes. Di Rotti reached into his breast pocket, moving with the slow deliberation of a man handling nitroglycerin. He produced a folded square of thin, gray paper. The International Herald Tribune. European edition. Print date, June 21, 1947. He didn't hand it to her. He held it by the corner, a matador's cape. "Yesterday morning," he said softly. The teletype clattered in the basement of the embassy. The courier brought it up with the croissants. I read it before I shaved. Virginia held out her hand. "Give it to me, Virginia." He used the name like a lever. "You knew. When you left Lowe's Angels. You booked the Pan AM Clipper for the 16th. The hit went down on the 20th. 4 days. You were already over the Atlantic when the trigger was pulled. Per favor. Explain the geometry of this coincidence. She took the paper. Her fingers didn't tremble. They never trembled. Not when she wired $400,000 to a Zurich holding company. Not when she stared down a congressional subcommittee. Not when she held the .38 in the glove compartment of the Duesenberg. She unfolded the broadsheet. The creases were sharp. The headlines screamed in bold, black type, swallowing the top third of the front page. Siegel slain in Beverly Hills gangster chief, shot through eye at home of associate police baffled. Syndicate war feared below the fold. A grainy wire photo showed a Spanish-style house, 810 Linden Drive. She knew every inch of that house. The bad feng shui of the living room. The flour jar in the kitchen pantry, where she kept the real ledger. The floor-to-ceiling windows, framing the pool like a grave. She read the dateline. Beverly Hills, June 20 AP. Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, 41, reputed West Coast boss of the National Crime Syndicate, was killed instantly last night by a burst of fire from an M1 carbine fired through the living room window of the home of his associate, Virginia Hill. The words blurred, not from tears. Her eyes were dry, the tear ducts calcified by years of desert wind and Chicago winters, but from the sudden, violent recalibration of every variable in her equation. Siegel was sitting on a sofa reading a newspaper when the assassin, concealed in the shrubbery outside, fired 5 rounds. One slug entered the right eye, exiting the rear of the skull. A second round struck the left lung. The famous Flamingo Hotel builder died before police arrived. Miss Hill, known as the Queen of the Mob, was reported en route to Europe. En route to Europe, she whispered. The words tasted of copper and old paper. The perfect alibi. The only alibi that matters. Roddy moved closer, his shadow falling across the newsprint. The M1 carbine. Standard Army issue. .30 caliber. High velocity. Groups tight at 300 yards. At the range across that living room, 15 feet. A child could not miss. But a professional uses a carbine because it says military surplus, not hit man. It says chaos, not contract. It says Chicago, Virginia said, her voice flat, devoid of inflection. It says Accardo. It says Ricca. It says the outfit voted, and Lansky broke the tie, and they moved the date up because I wasn't there to watch the windows. Moved it up, Roddy frowned. The Havana Conference authorized the sanction in December. 6 months of patience. Why rush the execution now? The Flamingo was finally showing black ink. You told me the May figures were solid. Because the profit proved the asset was mature, Virginia said, the words clicking into place like tumblers in a safe. The Flamingo didn't need Bugsy anymore. The syndicate didn't need Bugsy anymore. They needed the cash flow. And they needed the books clean. She dropped the paper on the Obasan. It landed face up, the dead man's face staring at the crystal chandelier. I was the control variable, she said, turning back to the window. The rain had stopped. The clouds were tearing, revealing a slash of violent, bruised violet sky. As long as I was in that house, the books were my books. The skim was my skim. The contractors, the unions, the liquor licenses, I was the firewall. They couldn't touch the Flamingo without burning me. And they couldn't burn me without exposing the outfit's penetration of the legitimate banking system. She pressed her palm flat against the glass. The vibration of a passing truck hummed through the pane. But the moment I boarded that clipper, she continued, the firewall evacuated. The asset was unhedged. The window was open. Literally, she laughed then, a short, jagged sound. The window at Linden Drive. The one he loved. The one I told him to keep closed. Don't open the windows, Benny. The dust gets in the ledger. He thought I meant the furniture. Did you, Roddy asked, genuinely curious. Mean the furniture? Virginia turned, her face a mask of porcelain and calculation. I meant the hit comes through the window, Carlo. Always through the window. I knew the geometry of that room. I knew the sightlines from the hedges. I knew the M1 carbine groups tight at 100 yards because I watched him zero it in the desert outside Vegas 2 months ago. He was laughing. Plinking cans doll. Like Coney Island, I logged the serial number. I logged the ballistics. I filed it under contingency, asset liquidation, and you left him there. Roddy's voice held no judgment, only professional assessment. You walked onto the tarmac at Burbank, kissed his cheek, told him you were securing European financing, and you flew away. Knowing, I didn't know the date, she said, the steel in her spine audible. I knew the inevitability. There is a difference. If I stayed, I died with him. Or worse, I lived, and they took the Flamingo, and they took my Swiss accounts, and I spent the rest of my life in a federal penitentiary or a shallow grave in the Mojave. My absence was the only signature I could put on the death warrant that read, not my fingerprints. She walked to the sideboard, poured the rest of the krug down the sink. Wasteful. She hated waste. But she needed the clarity of sobriety more than the sugar of the wine. Bill Harvey, she said, rinsing the flute. He'll want a debrief. 4 hours from now. The usual cafe on the left bank. He'll ask if I ordered the hit. He'll ask if Lansky ordered it. He'll ask if I have the second set of books, the real ones, the ones Becker kept. Do you? Virginia dried the crystal with a linen cloth, the motion hypnotic. I have the memory of the books. Becker has the paper. Sedway Becker. The honest contractor. The only honest man in Nevada. He has the ledger that proves the outfit skimmed 60% before the first brick was laid. He has the proof that the Flamingo was never Bugsy's dream. It was Chicago's laundry machine. And Becker, Roddy asked. Where is the honest contractor now? Hiding, she said. In a cabin near Big Bear. I wired him $5,000 yesterday morning, before I saw the paper. Run, the telegram said. Don't stop, he's running. He's the only witness who isn't dead or bought. He's my insurance policy. Roddy nodded slowly. Mutual assured destruction. The Virginia Hill Doctrine. You leak the ledger, the syndicate goes to prison. They kill you, the ledger leaks. A stable equilibrium. Equilibrium is for physicists, Carlo. I prefer leverage, she set the cloth down. But the equilibrium shifted 4 days ago. The hit was early. Sloppy. The eye on the floor. The window shattered. That wasn't Accardo's style. Accardo is surgical. He uses a .22 to the back of the head in a basement. He doesn't shoot up a living room in Beverly Hills with a carbine and leave the eye on the carpet for the newspapers. Perhaps the shooter was nervous. Perhaps the shooter wanted it to look like a mob war, she cut in, her eyes sharp. Perhaps the shooter was sent by someone who benefits from the chaos. Luciano in Havana wants the commission to look strong. Costello in New York wants the heat off the waterfront. Lansky, she paused. The name hung in the air, heavy as a gold bar. Lansky wants the Flamingo profitable and the partner silent. But he loved Bugsy. He wept in the bathroom at the National. I know he wept. Becker told me. Sentiment, Roddy dismissed. Sentiment is bad for business. Sentiment is the only thing that is business, Carlo. Lansky signed the warrant because the math demanded it. But he moved the date up because he knew I was gone. He knew I wouldn't be there to coordinate the defense, to move the body, to scrub the scene, to spin the narrative. My departure was the trigger. Lansky pulled it, but I handed him the gun when I bought that ticket. The realization settled in the room, colder than the Paris rain. She had optimized her exit strategy, calculated the variables, priced the risk. And the risk. She had treated Bugsy's life as a depreciating asset. And the market had corrected, violently, finally, while she sipped champagne in a gilded cage. "You are the sole witness," Roddy murmured. "To the money. To the method. To the motive. You are the ledger made flesh." Virginia picked up her handbag, a rigid Hermes Kelly bag, crocodile black. She checked the clasp. She checked the weight. Inside, a Browning .25 automatic, a vial of phenobarbital, a fountain pen, and a microdot reader. "I am the witness," she agreed. "And the witness has work to do." She moved to the door, then paused at the threshold. She looked back at the Count, at the suite, at the rain-streaked windows framing a city that had survived emperors, Nazis, and collaborators. "Tell Bill Harvey," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper that carried the weight of a gavel. "Tell him Virginia Hill is not a widow. She is not a grieving lover. She is the executor of the estate. And the estate has just become the most valuable property on the Strip." She opened the door. "One more thing, Kara." She looked over her shoulder. The violet sky had deepened to indigo. The first stars were pricking through, cold and distant as math. "The eye," Roddy said quietly. "The paper said it was on the floor. Did they find it?" Virginia's face didn't move. Not a muscle. Not a flicker of the jaw. "They found it," she said. "It was staring at the pool. Just like he used to stare at the blueprints." Seeing the city that wasn't there yet, she stepped into the corridor. The heavy door clicked shut behind her, sealing the suite, the champagne, the rain, and the ghost of Benjamin Siegel into the past. In the hallway, the carpet was thick, the silence absolute. She walked toward the elevator, her heels making no sound. Ledger entry, June 21, 1947 account, liabilities/unresolved asset, B. SIEGEL status, liquidated 6/2047 method, M1 carbine/window entry/execution style cost basis, $6 million, Flamingo construction, current valuation, infinite casino license plus cash flow plus legitimacy debit, V. Hill emotional reserves, $0 debit, V. Hill moral compass, $0 credit, V. Hill knowledge, BECKER ledger, Havana minutes, Swiss ROUTING, priceless net worth, survival. Balance, 0. The house always wins. Chapter 12, ledger entry, June 22, 1947, Paris/Havana/SALZBURG debit, protection money, legal fees, bribes/DIROTTI retainer. 48,700 debit, information dissemination, courier/cable/press plant. 12,500 credit, asset liquidation, Flamingo skim, final week May. $210,000 credit, insurance policy, leverage, value, incalculable. $0 net position, liquid. Mobile. Untouchable. Balance forward, $1,142,891.14, Swiss numerated. Zurich/Geneva/Lugano. The rain on the Rue de Rivoli didn't wash things clean. It just made the grime slicker, reflective, turning the cobblestones into fractured mirrors. Virginia stood behind the triple-layered silk damask curtains of Suite 312 at the Ritz, the brass fittings of the window cold against her fingertips. She wore a Mainbacher dressing gown, midnight blue silk lined with chinchilla, the collar pulled high against a chill that had nothing to do with the Paris humidity. The telephone on the Louis XVI desk was a standard black Bakelite model, scrubbed clean of fingerprints twice daily by the femme de chambre who reported to the Sûreté, who reported to the CIA, who reported to Carlo Di Rotti. A secure line was a fairy tale told to children and senators. You didn't secure the line. You secured the message. She lifted the receiver on the third ring. Not the first, that was eager. Not the fifth, that was defiance. The third was business. Virginia. The voice traveled through transatlantic cable, compressed and hollow, stripped of the cigar smoke and Havana humidity that usually clung to it. It sounded like math. Cold, pure, unadulterated math. Mayor, she didn't say hello. Hello was for people who had time to waste. You're up late. Or early. The time zones blur when you're running from the law. Don't start, Virginia. Not today, a pause. The sound of a match striking, the deep inhale of a habano. I read the Herald Tribune. The piece on the Flamingo skim. Page 3. Syndicate siphons millions from Desert Mirage. Catchy headline, she said, her voice flat, polished. The truth usually is. It wasn't the truth. It was a selection. A carefully curated slice of the ledger you stole. I didn't steal it, Mayor. I am the ledger. You just didn't like the column I chose to publish. She moved away from the window, pacing the Obasan carpet. Her bare feet made no sound. You told me to come home. You said the books were messy. I cleaned them. Publicly. The way you taught me, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Even for rat holes, this isn't a game. Luciano is furious. Frank is concerned. Tony Accardo used a word I haven't heard him use since 1929. Let me guess. Vendetta. Worse. Unnecessary. Lansky's voice hardened, the Brooklyn vowels flattening into something harder than steel. You put the skim on the front page of a Havana tabloid that feeds the AP wire. You put the outfit's cut, the New York cut, my cut, in the hands of Kefauver's staff before the committee even schedules its West Coast hearings. You didn't just leak numbers, Virginia. You leaked protocol. You told the world the syndicate bleeds its own projects. The syndicate does bleed its own projects, Mayor. I just provided the receipts. She stopped pacing, staring at her reflection in the pier glass. The chinchilla collar framed a face that hadn't aged in the 4 days since the M1 carbine turned Bugsy's face into an abstract painting. I'm not coming home, Virginia. Listen to me. This is not a negotiation. This is a summons. You have the real books. The second set. The third set. The real set. The one with the Swiss account numbers, the D-Roddy channels, the CIA drop points. You bring those books to Chicago. You sit with Jake. You sit with Paul. We reconcile. You take your percentage, generous, I might add, 10% of the net Flamingo profit for life, and you disappear. Quietly. Austria. Argentina. Wherever the extradition treaties are weak, and if I refuse, a long silence. The crackle of the line. The ghost of static. Then you're not a partner anymore, Virginia. You're a variable. And variables get solved for. Usually with a .38. She laughed, a short, dry sound that didn't reach her eyes. You'd have to send someone who knows me. And the only man who ever really knew me just had his eyes shot out on a Persian rug in Beverly Hills. You sent the hit, Mayor. You signed the paper. Don't pretend you're calling to save me. You're calling to collect the loose ends. I signed the paper to save us, Lansky snapped, the composure cracking just for a second. Bugsy was burning the house down with us inside. You know that. You managed the fire. I managed the money, Mayor. Bugsy was the dream. I was the math. You killed the dream. Now you want the math to behave. She pressed the receiver tighter. I'm in Paris. I have the protection of the French Sûreté. The CIA station chief owes Carlo Di Rotti a favor involving Nazi gold in '44, and I have a trunk full of documents that would put every single one of you in Leavenworth until the year 2000. I am not a loose end. I am the archive. For how long? Until Roddy sells you to the Soviets. Until the CIA decides you're a liability. Until the pills stop working. The pills work fine, she lied smoothly. And I don't need friends, Mayor. I have interest rates. Compound interest is the only loyalty that never sleeps. Come home. One last time. For Benny, the name hit the air between them, heavy and wet. Benny. Not Bugsy. The boy from Brooklyn. The blood brother. He's dead, Mayor. You made sure of that. Don't use his ghost to leash me. I loved him, Lansky whispered, the static swallowing the words almost entirely. You know I did. I need you to close this out. Cleanly. For him. For the memory of the only thing we ever built that mattered. Virginia closed her eyes. She saw the desert. The dust storm in the site office trailer. The taste of cheap whiskey and the smell of blueprint paper. You're the only one who isn't afraid of me. She had been afraid. Terrified. But she had hid it behind the numbers. She always hid it behind the numbers. He didn't want clean, Mayor, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper that carried more weight than a shout. He wanted forever. You gave him 6 bullets and a headline. I'll give him something better. What? A building that pays out. Forever. She opened her eyes, meeting her own gaze in the mirror. The Flamingo turns a profit this month. Next month. Next year. I've structured the management contracts. Wilkerson stays. The skim flows. The outfit gets its taste. New York gets its taste. You get your taste. That is my goodbye to Benny. Not a grave. A revenue stream, and the ledgers. The proof, burned. The copies I sent to Havana. They were redacted. The Swiss numbers are clean. The Roddy pipeline is clean. You get a clean audit. I get a clean life. Mutual assured destruction, Mayor. You don't touch me, I don't bury you. We both walk away rich. You're a cold bitch, Virginia. I learned from the best. She paused. Tell Jake Guzik his pigeon pie recipe is safe. I memorized it. Tell Tony the opera schedule in Vienna is excellent this season. And tell Frank Costello. Tell him I still have the photo of him and in the hot tub. Just in case, she didn't wait for a reply. She slammed the receiver down, the Bakelite cracking against the cradle with a sound like a gavel striking a bench. Silence rushed back into the suite, heavy and expensive. Ledger entry, June 23, 1947. Hotel Ritz, Paris expense. Long distance call, Paris-Havana, 14 minutes. $84.50 expense. Legal retainer, Mater Dubois, extradition shield. 15,000 asset acquisition. Chalet ADLHID. SALZBURG, Austria, cash nominee. $320,000 note. Title held BY, Countess BNOIT. No paper trail to Virginia Hill. Liquid reserves post-acquisition. $822,891.14 status. Secured. Invisible. Final. She moved to the writing desk, the silk of her gown whispering against the chair. She didn't write a letter. She wrote an entry. Debit, sentiment. 1 childhood friend. Value, priceless. Cost, 1 bullet. Credit, survival. 1 empire. Value, infinite. Cost, 0 sentiment. She capped the Mont Blanc. The ink was Parker Quink, permanent, black as the inside of a coffin. The door buzzer chimed, 3 short, 1 long. The code. She composed her face. The mask. The veneer. She checked the compact. Red lipstick, Revlon, cherries in the snow, powder over the faint bruises under her eyes, a dab of Shalimar on the wrists. Armor. Enter, Count Carlo di Rotti glided in. He wore a Savile Row suit the color of wet sand, a tie pinned with a platinum stick pin, and the faint scent of Guerlain's Mitsauco over expensive tobacco. He carried a leather portfolio under one arm, the other hand extended in a gesture of continental grace that concealed a grip strength capable of crushing a windpipe. Virginia, cara. His Italian vowels rolled like marbles on velvet. The rain makes the city look like a wound. Or a masterpiece. Depending on the light, it makes the windows hard to see through, Carlo. That's all I require. She didn't offer her hand. The Salzburg papers, in the portfolio. Deed, utility contracts, staff agreements, all vetted through the Vatican banks holding company in Liechtenstein. The previous owner, a baroness, fled to Argentina in 45. No questions asked. The locals call it Schloss Adlerhorst, Eagle's Nest. Ironic, no. For a woman who flies alone. He placed the portfolio on the desk, precisely centered on the blotter. The CIA station chief, Mr. Helms, sends his regards. He assures me the file on Operation Gladio remains sealed. Your name appears nowhere in the Italian ratlins. Helms is a bureaucrat, Carlo. Bureaucrats keep secrets only until they need a promotion. Make sure his file on me stays thicker than his ambition. Always, he smiled, revealing teeth capped in gold. And the phone call. The accountant. He sounded distressed on the tap. Lansky doesn't do distress, Carlo. He does calculus. The equation balanced. I gave him the Flamingo. He gave me the Alps. She tapped the portfolio. Is the transfer complete? Swiss accounts to Liechtenstein Trust to Austrian Shell. Clean as a newborn soul. You are now the Countess Benoit, widow of a French industrialist who died tragically in a skiing accident in 1944. You have no past. You have only a very large allowance and a very high fence. Good! She stood, walking to the window again. The rain had stopped. The clouds were breaking over the Tuileries, letting through shafts of pale, watery gold that struck the wet gravel. Pack my trunks. The night train to Basel. Then the private car to Salzburg, and the other matter. Di Rotti hesitated, a rare flicker of something like curiosity. The ghost. You spoke to the mirror earlier. I heard you through the vent. You said, "We won, Benny." Virginia's hand rested on the cold brass of the curtain tieback. Her reflection stared back, pale, composed, terrifyingly beautiful. The queen of the mob. The widow of the desert. He hates it when I talk to myself, she said, her voice devoid of humor. But he always did love the bottom line. She pulled the heavy damask curtains shut, severing the view of Paris, the Eiffel Tower, the Seine, the world she had manipulated and the world that had tried to break her. The room plunged into a dim, gilded twilight. Turn off the lights, Carlo, she commanded, reaching for the handle of the portfolio. The ledger is closed for the day. Ledger entry, June 24, 1947, en route/Basel/SALZBURG mode. Sleeper, night train wagon LITS, DAIMLERBNZ 320 armored, expense. Porter TIPS/border guards Austrian ZOLL. $1,200 asset. Chalet ADLHID. 42 rooms. View, UNTRSBRG Massif. No neighbors. Inventory, 14 steamer trunks, clothes, shoes, jewels, ledgers, GUNS. Personnel, 1 cook Italian, 1 maid silent Slovak, 1 driver chauffeur ex-Wehrmacht. Security, perimeter wire. Doberman's pair. Radio transceiver, encrypted. Health, sleep 4 hours. Appetite, none. Tremor in left hand, controlled. Mental state, optimal. 0 variance. Note, The mountains do not negotiate. The snow does not forget. The ledger balances. Final entry, Virginia Hill is dead. Long live the Countess. The train rocked, a steady, hypnotic rhythm beneath her. Click-clack. Click-clack. The sound of steel on steel. The sound of progress. The sound of escape. In the privacy of the compartment, the blue silk dressing gown discarded for a tailored tweed traveling suit, Virginia Hill. Now the Countess Benoit opened the portfolio. She didn't look at the deeds. She didn't look at the bank letters. She pulled out a single, folded sheet of onion skin paper. Typed. Carbon copied. The minutes of the Havana Conference. December 1946. Item 7, Siegel Benjamin. Disposition, terminate. Authorization, Luciano/Lansky/Accardo. Executioner, TBD. Timeline, immediate upon Flamingo profitability confirmation. She had known. She had known in the bathroom of the National, reading the matchbook code Becker slipped her. Profitability confirmation. That was the trigger. She had delivered the profitability. She had opened the hotel, fixed the books, turned the sand into gold. And the moment the black ink hit the ledger, the contract activated. She had been the alibi. Her absence in Paris, securing European financing, was the signal. The operator is away. The asset is exposed. She traced the typewritten letters with a fingernail. Lansky. Authorization, Lansky. Mayor. The brain. The brother. The executioner. She refolded the paper, creasing it sharply, perfectly, aligning the edges. She placed it in the inner pocket of her jacket, over her heart. The train plunged into a tunnel. Total darkness swallowed the compartment. The reflection in the window vanished. There was only the rhythm, the vibration in the floor, the hum of the engine eating the miles. In the dark, she spoke. Not a whisper. A statement of fact, delivered to the empty air, to the ghost in the machine, to the only auditor who mattered. The building stands, Benny, she said, her hand flat over the paper against her chest. The lights are on. The tables are dealing. The slots are singing. I made sure of it. You wanted a monument. You got a cash register. It rings every second of every day. And every ring pays me. She smiled then, a genuine thing, sharp and bright as a diamond cutter. Happy anniversary, lover. We did it. We beat the house. The train burst from the tunnel into the blinding white light of the alpine morning. Snow-capped peaks ripped the sky open. Clean. Cold. Infinite. Virginia Hill looked out at the mountains, and for the first time in 30 years, she didn't calculate the angle of the sun. She just watched the light hit the ice. Balance, 0. The house always wins. Chapter 13, Televised Contempt Ledger Entry, January 1951, March 1951 account. Public Relations Legal Defense Fund debit. Legal fees, Raven, and KOGAN. 47,200 debit. Wardrobe, mink, couture, jewelry, armor. 18,500 debit. Travel/hotel, NYC/DC/LA. $9,100 credit. Syndicate loan, NON recourse. 75,000 credit. Media RIGHTS/Life magazine exclusive. 25,000 net position, plus $25,200, profit on perjury balance. Survival is a revenue stream. The Klieg lights didn't just illuminate the caucus room of the Senate office building, they cauterized it. The air, thick with the stale perfume of 300 reporters, and the sharp, metallic tang of ozone from the television cameras, tasted like a hospital operating theater prepped for an autopsy. Which, Virginia supposed, was exactly what this was. The patient was the National Crime Syndicate. The surgeons were men, IN Chinese letter suits who wanted to be president. She sat at the witness table, a solitary island of beige broadloom in a sea of dark wool. Her spine didn't touch the oak chair back. She had paid a Milanese tailor $3,000 for the architecture of this posture. The shoulders squared, the chin lifted at the precise geometric angle of disdain. The mink coat, a ranch mink, let out at the sleeves for movement, lined in silk the color of dried blood, was draped over the chair rail behind her. A calculated risk. The press called it flaunting. Virginia called it capitalization. You didn't hide the assets when the audit began. You displayed the collateral. Her hands, the only part of her that trembled, imperceptibly, a high-frequency vibration detectable only by a seismograph or a lover, rested flat on the table. Nails lacquered rouge noir, cut to perfect, lethal oval. A Chesterfield burned in a jade ashtray to her left, the smoke curling in lazy, mathematical spirals. She hadn't inhaled in 20 minutes. The cigarette was a prop, a metronome. Tick. Tock. The clock runs whether you watch it or not. Senator Estes-Kefauver sat 3 feet away, elevated on the dais. He looked exactly like his campaign posters. Square jaw, hair plastered down with enough pomade to waterproof a battleship, eyes wet with the sincere ambition of a man who had never seen a dead body that wasn't in a newsreel. He held a sheaf of papers, FBI summaries, bank deposit slips, the intercepted cable from Havana, SIEGEL stop, Flamingo profit stop, Hill holding bag stop. The television cameras, RCA TK-30s, hulking monsters on dollies, whirred and clicked, their lenses dilated like the pupils of a junkie. NBC. CBS. Dumont. 40 million viewers, they said. 40 million judges. Mrs. Hill, Kefauver said. His voice boomed, amplified by the PA system, stripped of the intimacy of a backroom negotiation. The record shows you were the constant companion of Benjamin Siegel. You handled his finances. You carried cash, hundreds of thousands of dollars, in suitcases across state lines. Are you, or have you ever been, a member of the Mafia? The word Mafia hung in the air, a clumsy club swung by a novice. The outfit called it the combination, the syndicate our thing. Mafia was a newspaper word, a comic book word. It smelled of garlic and mustache twirling, not the antiseptic smell of municipal bonds and union pension funds. Virginia didn't blink. She let the silence stretch 3 beats. 4. Let the cameras zoom in on the poor structure of her nose, the faint, invisible scar on her chin from a childhood fall on Alabama red clay. Let the audience at home lean forward. She picked up the Chesterfield. Inhaled. The smoke hit the back of her throat, cool and dry. She exhaled a stream toward the ceiling, ignoring the no smoking sign taped to the microphone stand. Senator, she said. Her voice was a contralto, smoked honey and gravel, pitched perfectly for the microphones, neither a whisper nor a shout, but a statement. That depends on your definition of member. I don't carry a card. I don't pay dues. I don't attend picnics. A ripple of laughter, nervous, suppressed, ran through the press gallery. Kefauver's jaw tightened. He hated laughter. It broke the gravity of the proceedings. Let me rephrase, Kefauver pressed, leaning forward, the predator scenting blood. Are you associated with organized crime? I'm associated with capital, Senator, Virginia said. She turned her head slowly, the movement fluid, expensive. She looked not at Kefauver, but at the red tally light on camera too. Hello, America. Hello, living rooms in Ohio. Hello, housewives folding laundry. I'm a businesswoman. I manage investments. I negotiate contracts. I ensure that the return on investment meets the projections of my clients. You're the one running for president on a ticket paid for by men like me. The room went dead silent. The whir of the camera motors sounded like a scream. Kefauver blinked. The script, the seduction of the innocent, the mall breaks down, the tears on camera, had just been shredded. He recovered, his face hardening into the mask of righteous indignation he wore for the newsreels. That is a serious accusation, Mrs. Hill. Do you have proof that senators accept money from? I have proof of deposits, Senator. She cut him off, her voice sharp as a letter opener. I have proof of withdrawals. I have proof of interest, compounded quarterly. I don't deal in accusations. I deal in ledgers. Would you like to see mine? Or would you prefer I ask to see yours? Your ledgers are exactly what this committee has subpoenaed, Kefauver snapped. The Flamingo Hotel books. The race wire receipts. The Swiss bank transfers. Where is the money, Mrs. Hill? Working, she said. Money doesn't sleep, Senator. It doesn't take the Fifth Amendment. It doesn't grandstand for the evening news. It multiplies. Or it disappears. The Flamingo is showing a profit now. 12% return. Better than Treasury bonds. Better than your Social Security fund. Ask your constituents which they'd rather have, a senator who talks or a dividend that spends. You're evading the question, Kefauver said. We have testimony from Sedway Becker, your former contractor. He says you kept 3 sets of books. Mr. Becker is a disgruntled employee, Virginia said, her face utterly blank. He builds structures. I build value. There is a difference. 1 set of books for the bank, GAAP compliant. 1 set for the partners, cash flow adjusted. 1 set for the tax man, creative writing. That's not crime, Senator. That's accounting. Every corporation in America does it. They just call it depreciation schedules and offshore subsidiaries. I call it Tuesday. She picked up a glass of water. Ice clinked. She drank slowly, her throat working. Swallow. Breathe. The math is simple. Fear equals leverage. Anger equals error. Let's talk about Benjamin Siegel, Kefauver said, dropping the financial pretense, going for the jugular. The human interest angle. The ratings grabber. He was murdered in June of 1947. In Beverly Hills. You were in Paris. You fled the country 4 days before the hit. I didn't flee, Virginia corrected. I traveled. On a valid passport. With a round-trip ticket. I went to Paris to negotiate a licensing deal for the Flamingo name with the Hotel Ritz. European financing. Expansion. The kind of vision Benny, Mr. Siegel, dreamed of. The kind you legislate against with your anti-monopoly bills. Convenient timing. Business doesn't wait for murder investigations, Senator. She set the glass down. The condensation ring on the wood was a perfect circle. The syndicate, if we use your word, doesn't send a girl in a mink coat to do a hit. They send men with M1 carbines. They send them through the window. I knew Benny. I knew his rhythms. I knew his enemies. I also knew that if I stayed, I would be the next witness they buried. Or the next suspect they framed. I chose to be a witness who survives. Call it cowardice. I call it fiduciary responsibility. Did you love him? The question came from the side. Senator Hubert Humphrey. Younger. Sharper. He smelled the blood in the water, too, but he wanted the story, not the scalp. Virginia turned to him. The mask slipped. Just a millimeter. A crack in the porcelain. Her eyes, the color of a Vegas sky at noon, held a depth that had nothing to do with the ledger. Love is a liability, she said softly. The microphones caught the breath. Love is an unsecured loan with no maturity date. and a balloon payment you can never meet. Benny was a dreamer. He built a city out of sand and neon. I just made sure the concrete held. Did I love him? I loved the math of him. The probability. The risk. I loved the Flamingo. We built it together. Brick by brick. Dollar by dollar. That's the only love that balances the books, Senator. And his wife. Esta Siegel. Honey Siegel is a woman of immense dignity, Virginia said, the voice hardening again, the shutters slamming down. She raised their daughters. She kept the name. She kept the house on Linden Drive. I kept the ledgers. We had an arrangement. We both knew the terms. Don't insult her by asking me to play the homewrecker for your cameras. It's beneath you. And it's beneath me. Kefauver slammed a file folder onto the desk. The sound was a gunshot. We have a wiretap transcript. December 1946. Havana. You speaking to Mayor Lansky. You said, the boy is crazy. The budget is broken. If he doesn't open, we're all exposed. You authorized the hit. I said the budget was broken, Virginia said, her tone clinical, dissecting a frog in biology class. I said the exposure was total. I was reporting to the board of directors. I was the CFO telling the chairman the company was insolvent. What the board decided to do with the CEO. That's corporate governance. Not murder. Lansky is your friend. Your mentor. Mayor Lansky is a mathematician, she said. He balances the national ledger. He loved Benny like a brother. Which is exactly why he signed the order. Sentiment is the only variable that ruins the equation. I learned that from him. I learned it from Jake Guzik. I learned it from Tony Accardo. The books must balance. Benny's column was in the red. The audit was final. You're admitting the syndicate ordered the killing. I'm admitting the business made a decision, she said. I wasn't in the room. I didn't pull the trigger. I didn't load the gun. I wasn't even on the continent. I was in Paris, drinking champagne with a count who worked for the OSS, securing a future for the only asset that mattered, me. The gallery erupted. Reporters scribbling. Flash bulbs popping. Pop, pop, pop like the M1 carbine rounds that took Bugsy's eye. Kefauver banged his gavel. Order. Order. Virginia didn't flinch. She reached into her purse, a Hermes Kelly bag, crocodile black, and pulled out a compact. She opened it, checked her lipstick. Rouge Noir. Perfect. She snapped it shut. The sound was final. Mrs. Hill, Kefauver shouted over the din. You invoke the Fifth Amendment on the grounds of self-incrimination regarding the Flamingo skim. Yet you testify freely about your business decisions. You can't have it both ways. I'm not invoking the Fifth, Senator, she said, standing up. The movement was liquid. She shrugged into the mink coat in one motion, the fur settling around her shoulders like a cloud of smoke. I'm invoking the first. Freedom of speech. Freedom of the press. Freedom to tell 40 million Americans that their government spends more time chasing a woman in a mink coat than it does auditing the unions, the banks, and the politicians who actually own the rackets. She looked at the red light on camera 2 one last time. Good night, America. Don't forget to tip your waitress. I survive on the generosity of friends, Senator, she said, her voice carrying to the back of the room, to the doors, to the streets outside. And the generosity of friends is the only currency that never devalues. You should try it sometime. It beats a Senate salary. She didn't wait for the dismissal. She didn't wait for the gavel. She turned, the mink swinging, the heels clicking a staccato rhythm on the linoleum. Click, 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 a metronome counting down the seconds of their relevance. She walked past the phalanx of marshals, past the scrum of reporters shouting questions. Mrs. Hill. Mrs. Hill. Where is the money? Are you going to Europe? Did you kill Bugsy, a human wedge parting the Red Sea? Outside the hearing room, the hallway was dim, cool, smelling of floor wax and cigarette smoke. Her lawyer, a sharp-faced man named Raven, fell into step beside her, briefcase clicking against his leg. Jesus, Virginia, he muttered, wiping sweat from his forehead. The generosity of friends. Running for president on a ticket paid for by men like me. You just made an enemy of every Democrat in Washington. Kefauver's going to crucify you in the press. The IRS is going to crawl so far up your ass they'll taste your breakfast. Virginia didn't break stride. She reached into the mink pocket, pulled out a fresh Chesterfield, tapped it against the silver case. Raven fumbled for a lighter, flame trembling. She cupped her hand, drew deep, exhaled a dragon's breath toward the low ceiling. "Let them crawl, Charlie," she said, her voice dropping the contralto, returning to the low, dry whisper of the desert trailer. "They'll find nothing but dust and deductions. Kefauver wants the White House. He doesn't want me. I'm just the sideshow. The freak show. The bearded lady who talks back, but the perjury is unprovable," she said. "The 3 sets of books. Becker has one. The outfit has one. I have the 3rd. It's in a safe deposit box in Zurich. The key is around my neck. The combination is in my head. The only witness who could link me to the skim is dead in a Beverly Hills living room with his eye on the carpet. The other witness, Lansky, will never testify. He is the ledger." She stopped at the heavy oak doors leading to the street. Winter sunlight, pale and thin, sliced through the glass panels. A limousine idled at the curb, steam rising from the grill. "Charlie," she said, touching his arm. Her fingers were cold. "The Flamingo is still standing. The lights are still on. The slots are still paying out. Every quarter dropped in a machine there pays for this mink, this car, this lawyer, and my silence. The house always wins. Remember that when the subpoenas come." She pushed the door open. The cold air hit her face, smelling of exhaust and snow. Flashbulbs exploded again, pop, 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 a salute. A coronation. Virginia Hill, queen of the mob, businesswoman, survivor, stepped into the light. She didn't wave. She didn't smile. She simply was. Ledger entry, March 14, 1951. KEFAUVER hearing, televised account. Reputation/brand equity debit. Future IRS audit probability. 98% debit. DOJ indictment likelihood. 85% debit. Syndicate patience. ACCARDO LANSKY. 12%. Critical credit public sympathy index. Plus 400%. Historic high credit. Media value free airtime. $1.2 million estimated. Credit. Legend status. Priceless net position. Asset appreciation exceeds liability exposure. Action. Liquidate DC exposure. Transfer assets to SALZBORG Trust. Initiate protocol. Alpine winter. The math HOLDS. The house stands. Chapter 14. The Alpine Ledger entry. January 1962 account. Liquidity offshore debit. Swiss Confederation Bank, Zurich, account 44,912. Frozen by Federal Decree 1959, $1,200,000 debit. Credit Suisse, Geneva, account 77,021. Seized by IRS lien 1960, $450,000 credit. Cash on hand, chalet safe, $14,300, depreciating at 4% annual inflation, net liquid position, negative trajectory. The house edge compounds daily. The snow didn't fall in Salzburg, it settled. It arrived in November with the weight of a judicial ruling, and stayed until April, packing the eaves of the chalet on the Mönchsberg until the timber groaned. It muffled the city below, the Baroque spires, the tourist carriages, the Mozartkugeln shops, rendering the world into a monochrome negative. White sky, white ground, black trees, black iron. Virginia stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of the salon, a tumbler of Stolichnaya in her right hand, the left pressed flat against the cold glass. The vodka was the only thing in the house that didn't tremble. Her left hand, the writing hand, the counting hand, had developed a fine, persistent vibration 3 winters ago. A neurological tax on a lifetime of high-stakes arithmetic. The doctors in Vienna called it paralysis agitans. Virginia called it the interest payment on a loan she'd taken out in 1947. She was 66. The face in the glass was a topographical map of the life she'd led. Deep trenches carved by the desert wind at the Flamingo, the sharp paper-cut crease between the brows from reading ledgers in dim trailer light, the mouth that had forgotten how to soften. The mink coat she wore, a silver-blue sapphire mink, bought from Maximilian in Vienna in '55, hung heavy on shoulders that had once carried the entire operating capital of the Nevada project in a leather satchel. Now it just kept the chill off the bone. We built a city, Benny. They just built a grave. The thought didn't arrive as words anymore. It arrived as a sensation, the grit of sand in her teeth, the taste of cheap whiskey and expensive perfume, the heat of his palm on the small of her back as they stared at a hole in the ground that was going to be the longest odds the syndicate ever laid. She turned from the window. The room was vast, high-ceilinged, furnished with the heavy, dark elegance of a dying empire. Biedermeier sofas. A Bechstein grand piano she couldn't play. Walls lined with books she didn't read. Goethe, Rilke, Proust in the original French, purchased by the yard to insulate the silence. On the desk in the corner sat the typewriter. An Olympia SM9, matte gray, German engineering. Precision. The only thing in the room that still functioned to specification. Beside it, a stack of manuscript pages. The Queen's Gambit. No, the Flamingo Flower. No, Ledger of a Dame. She had changed the title 11 times in 2 years. 300 pages of the only truth that mattered, the math. The skim percentages. The Havana vote tally. The Zurich routing numbers. The proof that Mayor Lansky had signed the death warrant with a fountain pen stolen from the National Hotel desk. The proof that the Kefauver Committee had subpoenaed her bank records before they subpoenaed her testimony. She had written it all in a code only she could decipher, a shorthand of debits and credits, dates and initials. A literary ledger. She had sent the first 100 pages to a publisher in London. A man named Villiers. He had cabled her, sensational. Advance of £50,000. Contract forthcoming. 3 days later, a different cable arrived. Regrettability to proceed withdrawn. Legal pressures. Manuscript returned BY registered post. The manuscript came back. The pages were clean. No edits. No notes. Just a single sheet of onion skin paper clipped to the front, typed in a font that didn't match Villiers' office stationery. We know where the bodies are buried, Virginia. Because we buried them. Stop digging. She hadn't cried. She hadn't run. She had simply taken the pages to the fireplace in the salon and fed them to the flames, one by one, watching the ink curl and blacken, the truth turning to ash that coated the grate. She had burned 3 years of work in 40 minutes. The vodka had remained untouched that night. She needed a steady hand to strike the match. Ledger entry, November 1963 account, health/maintenance debit, L-Dopa trial, Vienna Neurological Clinic, $4,200 ineffective debit, barbiturates seconal/Nembutal rotation, $180 month necessary for sleep, counterproductive for motor control debit, Nurse/companion, $0. Last one resigned October 12. The silence, Frau Hill. It, SCREMS. Credit, stubbornness, inexhaustible. The chalet phone rang. A harsh, mechanical jarring in the quiet. Virginia didn't startle. She set the glass down on a coaster. Always a coaster. Water rings ruin the veneer, and walked to the desk. The receiver was cold. Frau Benoit, she said. The name on the lease. The name on the Austrian residency papers. The widow of a French industrialist who had never existed. Virginia. It's Bill. The voice was cracked leather, worn thin by time and distance. Bill Wilkerson. The only man from the Flamingo days who still answered when she called, though she hadn't called in 4 years. Bill, she said. Her voice was lower now, stripped of the Chicago vowels, the breathy femme fatale timbre she had worn like armor. It was just sound now. The Flamingo still standing doll. Caesar's Palace opened last year down the strip. Circus going up. The town's changing. Corporations. Howard Hughes buying in. The mob's getting washed clean. Hughes, she repeated, testing the name. A Mormon in the desert. The ultimate skim. He bought the desert inn because they wouldn't let him sleep in the penthouse. Bought the sands, the castaways, the landmark. He's buying the history, Virginia. Making it legitimate. Legitimacy is just a laundry cycle with better PR. How's the book? Profitable. The house always wins. You taught me that. I taught you to count the drop. You learned the rest. Silence on the line. The sound of a match striking. A drag of smoke. A lucky strike, unfiltered. The smell drifted through the wire. They froze the last account in Nassau, Bill said quietly. The one under the Panama Corporation. IRS got a court order. Clean sweep. Virginia's fingers tightened on the Bakelite. The Zurich accounts, frozen since '59. The Caymans. Gone. The Liechtenstein Trust. The trustees resigned last month. Cited reputational risk. Reputation, she murmured. The most expensive liability on the balance sheet. I sent something, Bill said. Registered mail. Munich postmark. Should reach you in 3 days. It's not much. 10,000. Clean cash. From the Flamingo count room. The real count room money. The slice I kept in the floor safe behind the boiler. I've been sitting on it 20 years. A deposit. Unasked for. Unlogged. A variable she hadn't modeled. Why? She asked. Because the ledger balances, Virginia. Eventually. You knew that. You taught me that too. Bill, don't. Don't say the name. Don't make it a thing. It's a transfer. Asset relocation. You're the only creditor left who matters. The line went dead. The dial tone hummed, a flat line in the alpine air. She replaced the receiver. Her left hand jerked, a sharp spasm that slammed the cradle down hard enough to crack the plastic. Asset relocation. The only creditor left who matters. She walked back to the window. The snow had thickened. A whiteout. The Mernschberg fortress was invisible, the city erased. Just her reflection in the glass, superimposed on the storm. A ghost in a mink coat. She thought of Carlo. Count Carlo di Ratti. The last handler. The last lover, if a transaction of silence for sanctuary counted as love. He had died in '59, choking on a pheasant bone in a Paris restaurant on the Rue de la Pompe. The CIA had swept his files before the Paris police arrived. The microphones and the Ritz lampshades had gone silent the same week. She had attended the funeral in a veil, not for grief, but to confirm the body was in the casket. It was. She had checked the dental records against the file she kept in the flour jar, metaphorically speaking. The flour jar was in a storage unit in Reno, unpaid since 1958. With Carlo went the European cover, the NATO intelligence umbrella. The reason the Austrian police turned a blind eye to the source of her funds. Now she was just a rich foreign woman with a trembling hand and a shrinking pile of cash, living in a chalet that cost 12,000 shillings a month to heat. Ledger entry, February 1964 account, memory/intangible assets debit, the face of Honey Siegel serving coffee in Scarsdale, priceless. Debit, the sound of Benny laughing in the trailer, sandblasted blueprints flying, priceless. Debit, the weight of the M1 carbine round in the palm, hypothetical, priceless. Credit, the Flamingo neon, still burning 4,000 miles away, infinite yield. She sat at the Olympia. The keys were stiff, resistant. She had to strike them with intent, forcing the levers up to kiss the ribbon. March 1947. The second opening. The miracle. She typed the date. The header. Project, Flamingo, Phase II reorganization. Revenue, week ending May 17, $112,400. Operating expense, including skim, $68,200. Net to Chicago, $35,000. Net to personal reserve, Swiss root, $9,200. Note, Benjamin Siegel mood, euphoric. Believes syndicate appeased. Subject unaware of Havana vote outcome. Subject unaware of Paris departure date, June 16. Subject unaware that his life expectancy equals 36 days. She stopped. The E-key stuck. The ribbon smudged. Subject unaware. The clinical language was a shield. It turned the man who had held her, while the desert wind howled through the walls of 810 Linden Drive into a line item. A liability that had been written off. But the ledger didn't allow write-offs. Not really. The numbers remained in the columns, carried forward, year after year, accumulating interest in the dark. She pulled the page from the roller. She didn't file it. She didn't burn it. She folded it, once, twice, 4 times into a sharp, small square. She opened the top drawer of the desk. It was full of them. Hundreds of folded squares. The memoir she would never publish, archived in origami. She placed the new square on top of the stack. The drawer stuck on the runner. She yanked it. Her left hand spasmed violently, the fist clenching involuntarily, the knuckles white. The drawer slammed shut. The tremor traveled up her arm, into her shoulder, locking her jaw. She stood frozen, breathing through her nose, riding the seizure like a rough sea. Ride the variance. Don't fight the math. It passed. The hand uncurled. The fingers lay flat on the desktop, pale and still. We built a city, Benny. They just built a grave. She whispered it this time. The sound was thin in the heavy air. She walked to the sideboard. The bottle of Stolichnaya was empty. She had finished it during the typing. She hadn't noticed. There was a bottle of Valium on the shelf. Rot 10 mg. Blue circles. She dry swallowed 3. She dry swallowed 2 Seconal from the bottle beside it. The cocktail of the living dead. Chemistry as a substitute for certainty. She went to the bedroom. The bed was vast, the linen's Irish linen, monogrammed VB. She pulled back the coverlet. The mattress was cold. She lay down on her right on her left side, the bad side, curling the trembling hand against her chest to quiet it. The window beside the bed framed a slice of the garden. A single statue. A marble lion Massine, one paw raised. It had been there when she bought the place. She had never moved it. It was the only thing that didn't judge her. The snow hit the glass. A sound like static, like the white noise of a radio tuned between stations. She closed her eyes. The darkness behind the lids wasn't black. It was green. Baize green. The color of the crap tables at the Flamingo. The color of the felt on the counting table in the trailer. She saw the dice. Red, translucent, sharp corners. They tumbled. Click-clack-click. Snake eyes. Boxcars. 7 out. The numbers didn't lie. They never did. They just waited for the next roll. Virginia. The voice wasn't in the room. It was in the bone. A low vibration, a frequency only she could hear. Brooklyn gravel wrapped in silk. You're counting again, doll. Always counting, Benny. The house percentage on survival is terrible. Yeah. But the payout on the legend. Infinite. The legend is a ghost story, Benny. I'm the one haunting the house. Then haunt it good. Keep the windows closed. The draft kills the action. I'm cold, Benny. Burn the furniture, doll. You got 300 pages of manuscript. That's a lot of BTUs. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. The first in months. It felt like a crack in ice. I burned the pages, Benny. The publishers got nervous. Then burn the chair. Burn the piano. Burn the mink. You always said, inventory is just cash waiting to happen. The ledger stays. The ledger is the fire. The Valium pulled the shade down. The Seconal bolted the door. Her hand, curled against her chest, finally stilled. The tremor dissolved into the deep, slow rhythm of the mountain. Ledger entry, March 24, 1966, projected account. Final audit debit, 1 life lived large. Including Alabama red clay, Chicago neon, desert dust, Havana heat, Paris champagne, alpine silence. Debit, 1 heart broken by necessity. C. SIGUELB. Disposition, terminated. Credit, 1 flamingo still standing. Neon visible from orbit. Revenue, perpetual. Credit, 1 ledger balanced. 0 variance. 0 remainder. Net position, 0. Status, closed. The house always wins. The snow kept falling. It covered the chalet, the garden, the marble lion. It covered the tracks of the registered postman who would arrive in 3 days with a package from Munich and find no footprints leading to the door. It covered the window where the reflection of a woman in a mink coat had stood, calculating the cost of immortality and finding it paid in full. The ledger never closes. It just changes hands. Chapter 15. The final audit ledger entry. March 24, 1966, SALZBURG, Austria Chalet VRDUNST debit, Barbiturates NALORAL Seconal compound, 4.2 grams debit, Champagne Piper HIDSACK, 59 1/2 bottle credit, consciousness, 0 balance. Pending final posting, the snow didn't fall in Salzburg, it settled. It arrived on the wind off the Untersberg with the patience of a creditor who knows the debtor has nowhere left to run. It packed the pine boughs heavy, muffled the roof tiles, and turned the world outside the floor-to-ceiling windows into a monochrome negative. White ground, black trees, gray sky. No color. No depth. Just the flat, two-dimensionality of a ledger page before the ink dries. Virginia Hill, Madame Benoit, the widow of the Rue de la Façanderie, the ghost of the Flamingo, sat in a wingback chair upholstered in faded brocade, her spine rigid against the cold radiating from the glass. The fire in the Pietra Arena hearth had long since collapsed into a geometry of white ash and glowing orange veins, offering heat that refused to cross the room's vastness. She was 70 years old. The shaking had started in her hands 3 years ago, a fine, persistent vibration, like a tuning fork struck in a vacuum. Now it lived in her jaw, her shoulders, The very timbre of her voice when she bothered to speak to the housekeeper, Frau Schmidt, who visited twice a week to bring groceries and take away the empty bottles. Parkinson's, the doctor in Vienna had whispered, terrified of her gaze. Paralysis agitans. The shaking palsy. A cruel irony for a woman whose hands had once moved millions across continents with the steadiness of a brain surgeon. She wore a cashmere dressing gown the color of dried blood, Bordeaux, purchased at the Ritz in '52, before the Swiss accounts froze, before the CIA cut the cord, before Dirati died in a car crash outside Milan that smelled of polonium. Her hair, once the color of spun copper, was a crown of brittle silver, pinned up with tortoiseshell combs she'd bought in Havana in '46. Her nails were still perfect. Manicured yesterday. The last professional service I will ever require. On the side table, a cut crystal glass held the dregs of the Piper Heidsieck. Beside it, a small white porcelain saucer held the pills. Nembutal. Seconal. A cocktail she had mixed with the precision of a chemist compounding nitroglycerin. 4.2 grams. Lethal dose for a horse, let alone a 70-year-old woman with a liver pickled in 20 years of vintage champagne and regret. Not regret, the ledger whispered in the back of her skull, that cold, columnar voice that had narrated her life since she was 12 years old stealing eggs from a henhouse in Lipscomb. Regret implies a miscalculation. This is a reconciliation. She picked up the fountain pen. A Montblanc 149, black resin, gold nib. The only thing in the chalet that still worked perfectly. She uncapped it, the click loud in the silence. The journal was a plain moleskine, black oilcloth, elastic band stretched loose. She had bought a crate of them in 1955 from a stationer in Vienna, who now likely had grandchildren older than her remaining years. She opened to the last clean page. The previous pages were dense with her cramped, architect's handwriting. Swiss account numbers frozen, Cayman shell companies dissolved, the declining balance of the Salzburg Trust dwindling, recipes for sauerbraten, the trajectory of the 1962 missile crisis, the price of gold, the dates of her mother's death, 58, Dirati's death, 61, Lansky's last postcard, 63, a picture of the Fontainebleau, wish you were here doll. The book's balance. She wrote the date. 24. 66. The shaking in her right hand was violent now, a seismic tremor. She braced her wrist against the heel of her left palm, the way she had braced a .38 against a door jamb in the Flamingo trailer in '46, sighting down the barrel at a union foreman who thought he could skim the concrete budget. DEBITS. She wrote the word in block capitals, pressing hard, the nibs scratching the paper. One life. Lived large. High velocity. Maximum exposure. One love. Benjamin Siegel. Cost, total. Return, null. One empire. Flamingo Hotel and Casino. Cost, $6 million outfit capital. Return, perpetual. One freedom. 19 years. Price, solitude. Currency, paranoia. One body. Failing. Unreliable. Final depreciation, 100%. She paused. The champagne fizzed on her tongue, bitter and sharp. She swallowed the first handful of pills dry, chasing them with a sip that burned the back of her throat. The trembling eased, fractionally, chemically. The edges of the room softened. The black trees outside blurred into charcoal smudges. Credits, one ledger. Balanced. One city. Standing. Neon heartbeat in the desert. The only monument that matters. One truth. Survived the witnesses. Survived the judges. Survived the historians. She set the pen down. The ink needed a moment to dry. Never smudge the final entry. That was the first rule Gusick taught her in the smoke-choked back room of the Outback Lounge. Ink is blood. Once it hits the fiber, it's evidence. She leaned back, the brocade scratching her neck. The chalet was quiet. No hum of the refrigerator. The compressor had died in January, and she couldn't be bothered to call the repairman in St. Johann. No ticking clock. She had stopped all the clocks in 1947, the day she landed at Orly and bought the Herald Tribune from a newsboy on the Champs-Élysées. SIGL slain in Beverly Hills. The headline had been a line item. Asset liquidated. Liability removed. She hadn't cried then. She hadn't cried at the Kefauver hearings, when Kefauver's face purpled with performative rage. She hadn't cried when the publishers burned her manuscript in '59, the ash scattering over a Manhattan incinerator, the mob's long reach extending even into the offices of Random House. She cried once. In 1952. In the bathtub of the Ritz suite, hot water turning cold around her knees. She had been washing a silk stocking, rubbing the fabric against itself, and the motion, the friction, the heat, the slide of wet silk, had suddenly been his hands on her waist in the desert trailer, the sandstorm howling outside the tin walls, the blueprints spread between them like a marriage contract. You're the only one who counts, Benny. I count the money, Virginia. You make it real. She had wept until the water was gray, mourning not the man, the violent, bipolar, impossible man, but the math they had made together. The alchemy of turning dust and stolen steel and dirty money into a palace that blinked pink against the night sky. They had built a machine that printed dreams. And the machine still ran. She looked at the window. The snow had stopped. The clouds had thinned to a bruised purple, revealing the jagged teeth of the Alps against the dying light. The Untersberg. Legend said Charlemagne slept inside the mountain, waiting for the ravens to stop circling, waiting for Germany's hour of greatest need. Virginia Hill does not wait for ravens, she thought. Virginia Hill closes the book. She picked up the glass. The pills at the bottom of the saucer were gone. Inside her, the chemistry was already rewriting the biology. A heaviness settled in her limbs, a pleasant, warm lead pouring into her veins, pooling in the marrow of her bones. The shaking stopped entirely. The first peace she had known in 30 years. She picked up the pen one last time. The nib found the paper beneath the column of credits. Balance, 0. The house always wins. She capped the Mont Blanc. Click. The elastic band of the journal snapped shut. She placed the journal on the side table, centered perfectly on the saucer, the pen laid parallel along the spine. A final act of order. The only thing she had ever truly worshipped. She adjusted the cashmere collar. Straightened the tortohel combs. She would be found looking like Virginia Hill. Not a crone. Not a victim. The queen of the mob, seated in her box at the opera, waiting for the curtain to fall. She closed her eyes. The last thing she saw behind the lids wasn't the snow, or the chalet, or the face of the senator, or the barrel of the M1 carbine. It was the desert. Blinding white light. Heat rising in shimmering waves off the caliche. The skeleton of the Flamingo rising from the dust, steel ribs against a cobalt sky. And beside her, in a sharkskin suit that cost more than the contractor's bid, stood Benny. He wasn't dead. He wasn't 41, with his eye blown out on a Persian rug. He was 39, vital, manic, glowing. He held a blueprint rolled tight in his fist. He was smiling that crooked, dangerous smile that had terrified generals and senators. "Doll," he said, his voice cutting through the wind. "The concrete cure time is 28 days. But we open in 21. You think you can make the numbers dance?" She opened her mouth to answer, to give him the only answer she ever gave him, the answer that built a city. "I already did, Benny." Ledger entry. March 25, 1966, 08, 17 HOURS event, Discovery Agent, Frau SCHMIDT, Housekeeper Observation, Subject seated. Appearance, peaceful. Cause of death, acute barbiturate poisoning, official. Artifact recovered, 1 MOLESKINE journal. 1 MONTBLNC pen. 1 half-bottle champagne. Status, case closed. File archived. Burial, Parish Cemetery, SALZBORG. Plot 44B. No marker requested. Epilogue, the never-closed book LAS Vegas Boulevard South, present day, 03. 14 HOURS. The neon doesn't sleep. It pulses. It breathes in argon and mercury vapor, exhaling pink and blue and gold onto the asphalt rivers. The Flamingo, no longer the Flamingo, but a flamingo, a corporate entity, a brand, a subsidiary of a REIT traded on the NYSE, still sits at the center of the spine. The original pink stucco is long gone, swallowed by towers of glass and timeshare suites. The Pink Palace, rebranded, renovated, focus grouped into a tropical paradise theme park for convention delegates and bachelorette parties. But the footprint remains. The orientation. The Axis Bugsy Siegel paced in his boots, demanding the lobby face the mountain so the gamblers would see God before they lost their rent money. Inside the casino floor, the air is a controlled climate. 68 degrees, 45% humidity, oxygen-enriched, scented with a proprietary fragrance called Desert Bloom, top notes. Citrus, ozone, base notes, money, regret. The slots don't clatter anymore. They chirp. Digital sirens, singing in frequencies, designed to bypass the prefrontal cortex and stimulate the nucleus accumbens directly. No coins. Tickets. Barcodes. Vouchers. Pure data. The ultimate ledger, weightless, invisible, instantaneous. Maria Hernandez, 52, knees bad from 30 years of concrete, pushes her cart down row 14, Bank C. She wears the polyester blend uniform, the name tag clipped crooked. Maria, slot tech/floor attendant. She has seen the strip eat 3 generations of bosses. She saw the implosion of the dunes, the implosion of the sands, the rise of the mega resorts. She knows the Flamingo is just a skin over a skeleton of debt and equity swaps. She stops at machine 1407. Wheel of Fortune. $1 denom. Progressive, 1.2 M. The seat is empty. A voucher sticks out of the validator slot, fluttering like a white flag. $47.23. Someone walked away from a hot machine. Superstition. Or a bathroom break. Maria scans the floor. No one watching. She reaches for the voucher. Policy says turn it in. Reality says the house keeps 90% of abandoned credits anyway. Her fingers brush the plastic tray beneath the real glass. Something hard. Cold. Metallic. Not a coin. Coins haven't existed on the floor in 20 years. A token. No. Too heavy. Too wrong. She pulls it out. It's a gaming chip. Clay composite. Worn smooth at the edges by 1,000 thumbs. The inlay is faded, the color leached by sweat and time. But the mold is unmistakable. Flamingo Hotel and Casino, LAS Vegas, $5 ESD. 1946. The date on the mold says 1946. But the casino opened December 26, 1946. This chip, this exact mold, this specific clay formulation with the leaded with a touch of red oxide for weight, was used for the soft opening. The preview night, the disaster. The night the toilets backed up and the carpet stuck to shoes, and the stars fled into the desert dark. It shouldn't exist. The gaming control board mandated destruction of all obsolete chips. They are melted down, witnessed, certified. This one slipped the furnace. Maria turns it over in her calloused fingers. The weight is perfect. The balance is absolute. She looks up at the ceiling, at the fiber optic stars twinkling in a manufactured night, at the chandeliers that cost more than her pension. She looks at the camera dome in the corner, the eye, the gaze, the ledger made glass and silicon. She smiles. A flash of gold molar. She slips the chip into her apron pocket, not the voucher box. House rule, she thinks, pushing her cart toward the next row, the chip burning a hole in her pocket, a cold coal against her thigh. The house always wins. But sometimes, the house keeps a souvenir. Ledger entry, perpetual asset, Flamingo brand / LAS Vegas Boulevard liability, history unquantifiable equity, legend infinite status, open. Active. Accruing. The BOKS never close. Balance, incalculable.